ensure that the implementation of the AFCFTA is on track to getting us to 2030. The United Nations Secretary General has just launched what he calls our common agenda, which is a new social contract between peoples and their citizens and governments, civil society, the youth, women, and indigenous peoples, to essentially ensure that we all come once again around Agenda 2030 to ensure that we actually get there together. We know that the social contract is broken in many areas. The social contract between our political elite and the citizens, between the students, between job owners and job providers. We know that the private sector and the public sector are constantly in strife. All this has to come back together in a way that works for development. We see, breaks in global supply chains. We see monopoly competition coming back again with the Ukraine crisis. We need to ensure that those contracts, the social contract which the developing world has with the WTO, the social contract which the developing world has with the IFIs, comes back together so we can get the resources we need in time, so that we can ensure that there are no export bans. You are in Senegal. I think you're suffering a lot from the fact that we have export bans from Indonesia, which are making it difficult for you to have access to palm oil. Cooking oil prices must have gone up, bread prices must have gone up because wheat is scarce. We are hoping that we can come back together in a world that is more peaceful, in a world that creates a system that allows for those that do not have enough to be able to accede to prosperity. This is the wish and the hope that we hope we can have these conversations during this next few weeks to talk about. On the macroeconomic front, you're going to have a lot of presentations on what is not going well on the continent, how our budgets have shrunk, how public debt is increasing, how we have gone from 4 countries in debt distress to 21 countries in debt distress, how overall deficits have increased, and of course, how our currencies are depreciating as the United States is trying and struggling to combat inflation. The external impacts of this macroeconomic decisions that are being taken and which are affecting our continent essentially spell 2 things. One is good, which is that it shows that Africa is more linked today to the international financial systems than it used to be in the past. The second, of course, is that Africa cannot take decisions to protect its financial space and its capital market space as well as the developed world. And so Africa suffers twice as much when decisions that are unfair to us are taken. We must balance these 2 tensions, the tension of being more integrated into the global financial markets with the tension of having the effects of decisions they are affecting us negatively. We can do that. We can do that in a new global financial architecture that allows for Africa to be at a table when these decisions are made. We can do that by strengthening our own public sector institutions, our own central banks, our own capital markets, to ensure that we can buffer ourselves, use more local currencies, design our projects well, and be more effective. We can do that as well with better governance systems that work for all in a way that is effective. I think as we go forward and we look at the gains that we have made in the past over the last decade and the gains that have been taken away because of the Ukraine crisis, we need to begin to rethink what new growth, what kind of growth for Africa. This growth must be green, this growth must be sustainable, and this growth must be inclusive. Commodity prices and Africa's growth linked intrinsically to commodity prices cannot be the way of the future. It has to be a way that is different. It has to be one that creates more jobs. I think in Senegal itself, you need to create almost 250,000 jobs a year. You only create 3,000 jobs from your latest analysis of 30,000 jobs. We need to find new ways of doing better and improving it. The state cannot continuously fund new job creation. Digitization has to be a way out. Industrialization has to be a way out. The service sector is going to have to be a way out. We need to look at that collectively and globally and see how well we can do that and how much better as Africa coming together we can do it. We can feed ourselves. We don't need to be in a food crisis again. We don't need to continuously fall into food crises. Maybe we can take this new crisis as an opportunity to do as Ethiopia has done, increase its grain production by 40% because it has improved on its agricultural practices, using better fertilizer, using more irrigation, but most importantly for women, providing land rights, because as we know, when women own the land, women invest better, women invest faster, and the returns are higher. So we must work on these few issues, and hopefully we have these conversations during this week to see how we and our member states can improve on this issue so that the AFCFTA, as we talk about it, is really the recovery strategy for Africa. Our agreement, the AFCFTA, it is our collective agreement. It's expected to eliminate 90% of tariffs on goods, to progressively liberalize trade and services, and to create a single African market of more than 1 billion consumers with total gross domestic product of more than 3 trillion. Moreover, with the protocol on trade and services in the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, we are presented with a unique opportunity to liberalize and integrate services, a sector that has substantially contributed to the continent's growth. As a matter of fact, over 50% of the continent's growth today is in the service sector. We continue to work. We hope that as we have these discussions, we can continue to work with your member states to learn from each other, different ways of raising capital, mobilizing fiscal resources so that Africa breaks its dependence on solely donor contributed aid and begins to do better resource mobilization. These are the things that we must do better. Closing the financing gap in Africa will require that we look inside first, that we improve inefficient tax administrations, that we ensure that we don't have unproductive tax incentives, close leakages in revenue, and particularly fight illicit financial flows. Underdeveloped capital markets must become more developed, more fluid, and we must do that as a continent rather than individually as countries, because it would not be optimal. We must improve, of course, on better access to energy. Energy remains the linchpin for all development on the continent until we do more to increase energy access, and not just household energy access, but industrial energy access. We will not do better. We must continue to fight for gas as a transition energy as we work towards COP. We must ask for losses and damages in the COP conversations. I'm sure that we will have many more conversations about what needs to be done. And finally, in conclusion, we hope that we can use this meeting to be able to put together a series of asks by African finance ministers, which we can take to the international community, the G7 and the G20, to ensure that we can have conversations that are meaningful, the conversations that are rewarding, and end up improving the lives of our young men and women and lead to prosperity on the continent. Once again, thank you very much for your attention, and we hope that these deliberations will be fruitful, not just for you, but for us as well, as we look to you to give us new ideas and new suggestions about how we can do better, how we can do more to support the continent in its strive for a more prosperous continent, and certainly a more prosperous and connected and peaceful world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Vera Songwe, secrétaire exécutif de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, pour ces réflexions très, très pertinentes que j'imagine ils vont enregistrer le débat, les délibérations de cette réunion de comité d'experts. Merci beaucoup. Avant de poursuivre avec le deuxième point de notre session, je voudrais donner la parole au secrétariat pour quelques annonces très rapides. Madame Yuki, vous voulez indiquer quelque chose au niveau de la salle? Vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Excellences, les délégués distingués, je voulais juste annoncer, comme il a été dit par le Président tout à l'heure, vous avez tous sur votre table casque à écouteurs avec la traduction en 3 langues. Donc, dear distinguished delegates, as announced by the chair earlier, you all have this headset in front of you, which would allow you to listen to the discussions in 3 languages. Number 1, Channel 1, English, Channel 2, French, Channel 3, Arabic. Le chaîne numéro 1, c'est en anglais, numéro 2, c'est français, et numéro 3, en langue arabe. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci à vous, Madame Yuki. J'espère que les experts sont bien placés dans la salle pour se préparer pour cette première journée de nos travaux. Et nous allons à présent passer au deuxième point de notre session. Il s'agit de l'élection du bureau et adoption de l'ordre du jour du programme de travail. Il faut rappeler que ce comité d'experts,
This committee of experts must now establish a new bureau composed by a chairperson, 3 vice presidents, and 1 rapporteur. As an outgoing chair, I have organized a series of consultations in Addis Ababa, and each member of the outgoing bureau organized as well consultations within their respective 5 sub-regions that they represent. The outgoing bureau has taken into account the traditions of the African finance ministers and make sure that all the 5 sub-regional groups were represented within our bureau, and also a rotation of chairmanship is guaranteed. For your information, the composition of the bureau
Et sur cette base,
is well known. So I have the honor to present to you on behalf of the outgoing bureau the proposal of establishing a new bureau based on the nomination of the 5 sub-regional groups following their consultations. Chair, Senegal, representing West Africa region. First Vice Chair, Madagascar, representing sub-region East Africa sub-regional group. Second Vice Chair, Zimbabwe, representing Southern Africa. Rapporteur, Equatorial Guinea, representing Central Africa. Regarding the 3rd Vice Chair, which should have been held by the Northern Africa region, I believe the consultations are ongoing within that sub-region, and we are awaiting the results of these consultations as soon as possible. If there are no objections, I can officially declare the newly elected members of the Bureau as occupying the aforementioned positions, while of course waiting the nomination of the Northern Africa region. If there are no objections, we can say that the Bureau was elected. Thank you very much. The new Bureau is now established. I have the honor now to invite Mr. Mohamed Bamba Diop, Director General of Planning and Economic Policies at the Ministry of Economy, Planning and Cooperation, to start his chairmanship role as the chair of the experts group committee. Mr. Bamba Diop, can you please join us in the podium? But I would like to use this opportunity to express my gratitude to all members of the outgoing Bureau, to all stakeholders who have contributed to the success of our mandate. The Director General, I invite you to take my place and chair the meeting, and I wish you success as a new chair of the Committee of Experts. Thank you very much, Mr. Bamba Diop. Once again, congratulations for your election. You have the floor.
Je pense que
I believe
le bureau sortant doit effectivement fermer sa partie. Nous avons vécu la première partie de cette session.
the outgoing bureau now should leave.
Et la composition du bureau
and our role was up to the election of the new members of the Bureau. We have the Director General now as a chair of the Committee of Experts, and he will now take the chairmanship and would chair the session of the Committee of Experts. You have the floor, Director General. Thank you very much. Outgoing Chair, honorable delegates, it's a pleasure for me to chair this meeting. The first item of the agenda after the election of the Bureau and the adoption of the agenda and the work program. The provisional agenda and draft work program were prepared by the Secretariat in consultation with the outgoing Bureau, and this, I believe, was circulated to all member states. Are there any objections to the adoption of the proposed agenda and work program? I see none. So I declare that the agenda and the program of work are adopted. Before now going to the next item of the agenda, I would like to propose, as is customary, the creation of a drafting committee to improve efficiency of our works. The drafting committee would review and approve the draft report of the Committee of Experts prior to its consideration for adoption in plenary session on Friday. The drafting committee would also review the draft ministerial declaration and draft resolutions that would be adopted by the Conference of Ministers in plenary next Tuesday. The Secretariat will work with the drafting committee and submit the drafts that it prepared. The drafting committee will be composed of 10 members, 2 from each 5 sub-regional groups, normally 1 member from the outgoing and 1 from the incoming bureau, representing each sub-region, unless a sub-regional group decides to appoint another member instead. I believe that the outgoing bureau held consultations in Addis Ababa, and its members organized consultations within their respective sub-regional groups. I would like to invite now the chair of the outgoing bureau, His Excellency Mr. Obama, Ambassador of Equatorial Guinea to Ethiopia and permanent representative of Equatorial Guinea to the African Union and ECA, to present the nominations for the composition of the drafting committee. Excellency Ambassador, you have now the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, congratulations. And I'd like to appreciate the efficient way you have started chairing this Committee of Experts meeting. Congratulations once again. Regarding the ad hoc drafting committee, like you mentioned earlier, for North Africa, we have Morocco, and we are waiting for the results of the consultations to tell us the new member representing Northern Africa. We need to have 2 members per sub-region. For North Africa, we have Morocco, and we are awaiting the results of their consultations to communicate to us the second name. For West Africa, we have Sierra Leone and Senegal. Representing East Africa, we have Madagascar, and another country that can be nominated that will be nominated by the East Africa Sub-Regional Group. And we are waiting the results of the consultations of the East Africa to complete the second country. Representing Central Africa, we have Equatorial Guinea and Cameroon. So these are the two countries representing Central Africa, which are Equatorial Guinea and Cameroon. Representing Southern Africa, we have Zambia and Zimbabwe. If there are no objections, Chair of the Committee of Experts, we can say that the drafting committee is hereby established. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Excellency. I believe there is no objection. The drafting committee is hereby established with the aforementioned member countries.
Merci beaucoup. Nous allons à présent passer au point
Thank
suivant.
you. We're going to go now to the next item of the agenda. Before listening to the presentation of the Secretariat, I would like to clarify some organizational rules that we need to respect for the smooth running of our works and in respecting the time frame that is given to us. We have a full agenda on the next coming 3 days, and the time allocated for each item of the agenda is 1 hour and 15 minutes. The presentations of the Secretariat would not exceed to 10 to 15 minutes. I will first give the floor to the representatives of member states which are physically present in the room, and then to those participating virtually before giving the floor to the observers.
Cela étant dit, j'invite à présent Monsieur Adam El Hiraika, directeur de la division de la macroéconomie et de la gouvernance du secrétariat de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, à faire une présentation sur l'évolution récente de la situation économique et sociale en Afrique. Monsieur El Hiraika, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure to be here. I'm going to give you some brief messages on overview of economic and social conditions in Africa. We have published a full report on the website of the conference, so I'm going to be very, very brief. To start with, well, I think, Mr. Chair, this slide there is, I don't know if you can switch it off or do something about it. Africa's growth prospects have been affected by COVID-19. As you all know, Africa grew by minus 3.2% in 2020. But Africa is recovering despite the headwinds, including the war in Ukraine. And the pandemic, as we will see, affected not just Africa's growth, but affected poverty situation and macroeconomic performance almost all over Africa. And recently, the macroeconomic situation in Africa has been affected also negatively by the war in Ukraine. I will mention some of the issues we have faced due to this war. External shocks continue to influence growth in Africa, and we repeat the same message we have been making, that African countries need to diversify their economies, need to trade more among themselves, i.e. implement the continental free trade area in order to build a resilience to external shocks. So looking at growth figures, we see this dip in 2020. The economy of Africa contracted by about 3.2% in 2020, but Africa recovered slightly with growth rate of 5.5% in 2021, and growth is expected to also be positive in 2022 of about 4%. And Africa is expected to continue to recover. However, the war in Ukraine, as you can see on the right-hand side, the figure on the right-hand side, led to an increase in commodity prices. Prices of food, fuel, energy increased significantly in 2022 because of the war in Ukraine. And this is affecting many African countries negatively, although some commodity exporters, especially countries that export oil, are expected to benefit from this hike in commodity prices. Now looking at, well, let me just go back to the context. The global economy is also recovering steadily in 2022, 2021 from the dip in growth, in global growth we witnessed in 2020. The Ukraine crisis may lead to a 0.4 percentage point drop in growth in Africa in 2022, but the assessment is continuing. We do not have the final results on how the war in Ukraine is going to affect the global economy and Africa in particular. Growth by sub-region varied considerably. North Africa led Africa's recovery with more than 6% growth rate recorded in 2021. Southern Africa continues to be the lowest growing country sub-region in Africa. There are diverse growth factors across countries, across sub-regions, but these include, of course, domestic demand and commodity prices, tourism, and trade in general. Fiscal space in Africa remains constrained. We have seen a reduction in government revenue as a percentage of GDP in 2020 and 2021, and a widening in public deficit from minus 2.2 in 2019 to over 4% in 2020, and about the same percentage in 2021. So the fiscal space is narrowing with total public revenue declining from about 23% of GDP in 2019 to about 22% in 2021. We have also seen an increase in external deficit in most African countries, and inflation increase, especially in countries like Sudan, where inflation was over 250%. But overall, North Africa had lower inflation rate of about 7%. The rest of Africa about 12.2%, and Africa's average was about 9%. There are concerns that inflation might continue to pick up because of increasing commodity prices and because of the fact that Africa continues to import many food commodities from outside the continent. As I said before, and we continue to advocate this, intra-Africa trade, and my colleague Stephen Karinge is going to talk more about this. Intra-Africa trade provides a lot of opportunities for us to build resilience and to resilience against external shocks and to continue to transform our economies because the quality of intra-Africa trade is far better than our trade with the rest of the world. So intra-Africa trade is dominated by manufactured goods and services. So like we continue to repeat this continuously. Countries like Kenya, others can manufacture goods that they can sell in the region, but they might not be able to compete globally. According to ECA calculations, intra-Africa trade is expected to contribute significantly to our GDP growth by about 100 billions currently, and the increase, this is expected to rise by about 270 by 20, I can't see my own figures, but this is expected to increase significantly over time. By 2045, intra-Africa trade could increase by 270, and by 2045 also we expect an increase by 400% compared to 2020. This is a GDP increase in GDP with and without AFCFTA. So the impact of FCFTA, I think my colleague Stephen is going to talk more about it in more details. Services sector has been, of course, as you can expect, the most affected sector because of tourism. So we have seen a huge drop in the services sector, as you can see in the figure. At the same time, as I said, international tourists dropped significantly and resulted in this drop in trading services for the continent as a whole. Moving at how the social sector performed in Africa. This is not going back. The services sector, the social sector has been also affected by the COVID-19 crisis. Oh, no. Sorry. Sorry, let me go back. Here, the social development has been impacted by COVID-19 and by the Ukraine crisis. Something alarming here in this figure. You can see poverty, headcount poverty increasing in Africa over the years in absolute terms. Although we notice a decline in percentage of the poor, but in absolute terms, poverty count, head count has been increasing over the years, and this is very alarming. Over the last 3 years, because of COVID-19, about 50 million people in Africa, 55 million people in Africa joined the poor because of COVID-19. And a lot of people lost their jobs, of course, because of lockdowns and because of declining demand internally and externally. And these impacts are exacerbated by the war in Ukraine. So by conclusion, Mr. Chair, we continue to advocate the same ideas for African countries to diversify, to strengthen their efforts to address the crises we face internally and externally. We need to diversify our economies so that we build resilience to shocks. And at the same time, we can bring more and more Africans to the formal sector and be able to reduce poverty rate and invest more on health and education and the sectors that help us address poverty in particular. We also need credible reforms to restore debt and fiscal sustainability in Africa. Here we can mention support that has been provided by IMF and international institutions in terms of suspension of debt services for about 32 African countries, but for only a total of $9.3 billion. We call on international institutions to continue to support African countries to address debt issues and to have access to more funding at concessional rates. But the main task is for African countries really to strengthen capacities to mobilize domestic resources, especially tax revenues. We have seen progress in this regard in some African countries, mobilizing a significant amount of domestic resources. But many African countries continue to have very weak capacities to mobilize domestic resources. Then again, like I said, African countries also need to do more in order to implement AfCFTA and to increase intra-Africa trade with the positive benefits I have mentioned, and maybe my colleague Stephen is going to also mention in his presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci beaucoup, M. El Kheraïka, pour la présentation de la situation économique et sociale.
Thank you very much for the presentation of that overview of the socio-economic situation in Africa in the context of the current international environment. You've done it clearly, and that should be a good introduction for our discussion. As was indicated, I would like to, first of all, give the floor to those members present within the room for their comments and remarks and to ask their questions before moving on to listen to the other member states who are connected remotely, and then we'll give the floor to the observers. May I also recall that looking at the short time that we have, we'll limit the floor, the speakers from the floor to 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
On donne d'abord la parole au représentant de la République de Bénin.
We'll give the floor, first of all, to Benin. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Aristide. I'm Director of Economy in Benin. I would like to, first of all, congratulate the director from the ECA for that brilliant presentation. Regarding that presentation, there are items that I'm particularly interested in that I didn't quite follow. I would like to know whether the ECA has forecasts for inflation for 2022. We spoke about the war in Ukraine. So I'd like to hear the view of the ECA regarding their estimates or forecasts on the inflation for 2022, and also regarding also the impact of the Ukraine war on growth. And taking note of those inflationary trends, I see some countries have taken measures to limit price rises, price increases for the welfare of the people. But there are also concerns, fundamental concerns regarding the effectiveness of some of those measures that have been taken. Sometimes these are general measures, but I wonder whether the Commission has any recommendations on how such measures can be taken for effectiveness. Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Egypt.
First, allow me to thank you very much for the excellent manner in which you are conducting our business this morning, Director General Diop, and to thank as well the government and the people of Senegal for a very warm welcome and an excellent organization of our undertaking. And let me first commend Minister Ndiaye for his opening remarks, together with the Executive Secretary, Dr. Vera Songwe. I think they have given a very good overview of what the main challenges that we are facing, and indeed in ensuring sustainable financing for our efforts on the continent. It comes, of course, the original intent was to look at the challenges faced in a post-COVID-19 era, with sluggish growth, with a lot of investment in public utilities and public spending that is only augmented further by the challenges of the crisis in Europe, the Ukraine crisis. And I think the key highlights is that first, as was said, and I thank, of course, also Mr. Adam Al-Hareka for his presentation, that this is a global, both instances were a global challenge that Africa and other regions, particularly from the global south, have experienced. And this should also factor in the reaction, in the way forward that us African countries need to take into consideration. So first of all, we need to ensure and to understand, of course, that the problem of liquidity and inflation will be a global problem. It's not only affecting us in Africa, as in previous instances with commodity crises of earlier, when Africa was more heavily impacted in the sense than other regions of the world. So key solutions might not be the only way forward. For example, in terms of the SDR, borrowing more SDRs, Africa will be in competition with other regions of the world, even though the G20, the G7 had already indicated earlier a preference or a commitment to Africa, yet that means that in the current crisis, we will be in direct competition with other regions. It is as such very important to note as well what we can maximize. We in Africa will be hosting the upcoming meeting of the COP27 dealing with the climate change. We know that the ECA has factored and has presented some key important tools, including the liquidity and sustainability facility that carries promise with other tools and instruments as well. And we think that pursuing these and linking the recovery, if you would recall, Excellencies and dear colleagues, last year we were also heavily debating the recovery from the pandemic, that it should be a green recovery that factors in sustainability measures. And I think ours, the opportunity in November during COP27, the African COP, will be a very good way forward to have a focus on the recovery and how sustainable solutions and factoring in all of this. So just to recap, I believe that the challenges we face are going to be twofold. First, in dealing with the crisis as African countries, but also realizing that we will be in direct competition with the entire world, really, as we face the repercussions of both these crises, the extended COVID-19 and the immediate impacts of the Ukraine crisis. So with these, once again, to thank you very much. We look very much forward to the debates at the experts level over the coming 3 days. And thank you once again, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence.
Well, thank you very much, Your Excellency. This is Algeria who wants to take the floor. Greetings. I would like to, first of all, congratulate and thank the head of the macroeconomic division for that concise presentation. But he highlighted this very important macroeconomic problem for Africa. The recommendation seem to be dealing with sectors where Africa is not competitive. The area of beef, goods, trade in goods, or rather in services. I would have liked that for the agricultural sector, which is the most affected and which has repercussions on food availability, which is affected by COVID, but also now by the Ukrainian crisis. I'm speaking about agriculture because there are capacities in Africa, and I think that this requires a change in strategy of agricultural production in Africa. Why? Because as soon as there's a problem with food, we realize that the choices made by some African countries, not to mention the majority of African countries, when we have such crises, instead of dealing with matters to do with food in Africa, I think I'm not speaking here about the local market only, but the speculation that happens at the international level. I think it's important when it comes to this to be thinking about the impact of speculation on the international market on food products. Thank you, Director of Industry. Thank you.
Another member states? Is there any other member state connected online? Côte d'Ivoire? Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I would like first to thank the presenter who has given us an overview of facts in Africa following the various challenges. The first one was COVID. The presenter showed that Africa was subject to COVID-19, and we now have the Ukrainian crisis. Now, coming to Côte d'Ivoire, Côte d'Ivoire suffered also the crisis, but also was resilient. We had shown an increase of 2% in 2020. There is a resilience in Côte d'Ivoire, but the crisis has shown the gaps that we are trying to challenge in the new development plan that we have developed, the National Development Plan 2021-2025, which focuses on the economic transformation, structural economic transformation, with high involvement of the private sector, but we also have the integration in the value chains at regional level, and also the integration of value chains at world level, at the global level. Regarding the Ukrainian crisis, we have started noting some impacts. We have seen that fuel price has increased. We do not know if it is directly related to the Ukrainian crisis, but it is indirectly related. And we have also seen that the price of bread is increasing. We have two prices now. We have a price of 150 francs up to 200 francs. We consume a lot of bread in Côte d'Ivoire, and we know that Russia and Ukraine are the biggest producers of wheat. So we try to see how Africa can prevent its dependence regarding these exporting countries such as Russia and Ukraine. And we can note that some countries manage to produce wheat in Morocco, in Africa, Ethiopia, Morocco, Egypt, and so on. And Senegal is in an experimental phase. But we can see that maybe the chair can tell us more about Senegal's production. But my concern is ECA working on these items? Now, if African countries manage to produce wheat, This means that we can do it in the African continent. Now, if we can do it, how shall we do it? And what would be now the support of the ECA so that Africa addresses this challenge in the long run, because we do not know when this crisis will end. We depend a lot on other countries in importing our wheat. My question is, how can ECA support African countries so that Africa gives due value to the production of wheat in the continent? Thank you, Chair. Another member state in the room that would like to take the floor? Virtually, any request for the floor? Those connected online? Observers now. You have 5 minutes, Senegal.
Macroéconomique pour sa brillante prestation.
Thank you for the presentation. We have to precise here that we have seen some recent economic developments in Africa, and he also showed major elements, the impact of the crisis, of the Ukrainian crisis on the African continent. I believe it would be also important to mention one important element which has begun to show face during the last month. We have seen issues in terms of peace, security, and stability in our respective countries. In Senegal, for instance, we are neighboring Mali. We have ECOWAS countries like Burkina Faso and Guinea, which have experienced security challenges. We also have these issues in other areas. We have some sort of peace and security in some countries. And we should be able to have peace and stability, because this is the bedrock for development. This is something we need to focus on. Yes, exogenous crises like COVID-19, a Ukrainian crisis have an impact on our countries, but we need to strengthen our peace and security in the African continent and establish the foundation of our economic development. Stability is very much important in stabilizing investment and promotes economic development. It's very much important for countries, the African continent. So this is one element that I would like to add in the presentation regarding economic development. Yes, we need to have structural economic transformation, but we need also to consider the security and peace and stability aspect. Thank you. We have finished giving the floor to member states. Are there any additional observers who would like to take the floor? I see none. Now, if you allow me, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. El Kareika, the presenter, to provide clarifications and answer questions raised. I am being informed that Tanzania would like to take the floor. Is that correct? Tanzania, you have 5 minutes, please.
First of all, I wish to take this opportunity to commend you, personal chairperson, and the Economic Commission for Africa for convening this important meeting. It is indeed an honor to be seated in this house discussing matter of interest of our continent. On the same note, Chairperson, I wish to express my appreciation to you, Honorable Chairperson, on the manner that you are steering this meeting. Chairperson, we have a few issues which you wish to recommend it as far as the policy recommendation is concerned. Chairperson, we have a lot of things to contribute, but I'll go straight to the recommendation that Tanzania recommend to ECA in collaboration with REC and keep it partner states to continue to, maybe we can add on the recommendation that we have noted that the presenter has contributed on the issue of African continental free trade area. So maybe to enrich the recommendation, we can maybe urge member states to expedite the finalization of outstanding issues so as to take full operationalization of African continental free trade area. And Chairperson, this will boost the trade and the investment among member states, which will help to easily rebound from the economic contraction caused by the COVID-19. Chairperson, maybe we can also add another recommendation that we need to support member states in carrying out analytical paper on the economic impact of the crisis in Ukraine, which will provide policy response aimed at stabilizing the economy, distortion and imbalance at the national level. And lastly, Chairperson, for the recommendation, we can provide and expand the technical assistance program to member states in the digitalization of the economy. Chairperson, the digitalization of the economy will help to streamline the cross-border trade procedure, easy business and investment procedure to facilitate e-commerce and e-payment, which will, in the long run, cap the IFF, then improve domestic resource mobilization. Chairperson, I wish to submit. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Y a-t-il
Thank you very
encore
much. Any other requests to take the floor for those member states physically present in the room? I would like to clarify that to member states connected virtually, we may not be able to answer your questions using the chat. Now, if you would like to take the floor, we can always give you the floor, but we may not be able to answer your questions through the chat. Before giving the floor to Mr. El Keraika for his comments and responses to the questions that were raised to him, I would like to suggest that it was planned, if I may remind you, that after the intervention of Mr. Al Karaika, we have a health break. So I suggest that we continue. On the next item of the agenda, we have taken all the steps regarding the health break, and for those who would like to take the health break, you can go to the ground floor and take your teas and coffees. Now, if you agree with me, we can adopt it. So this is my suggestion to accelerate our deliberations because we started a bit late. Thank you for your understanding. Now, I give the floor to Mr. El Kraika for his comments, clarifications, and answers for the questions raised to him. Thank you all for your comments, questions, and suggestions.
And I would like to thank honorable delegates for their comments and recommendations and questions. And I'm going to focus on the questions. There was a question on forecast for 2022 regarding the impact of Ukraine war on Africa. As I said in the presentation, the crisis in Ukraine is expected to lead to an increase in commodity prices with an overall negative impact on African economies. And in particular, we have preliminary simulations that indicate that Africa's GDP growth will be reduced by about 0.4% due to the crisis. But of course, the overall impact of the crisis will depend on how long the crisis will continue and the global response to the crisis. So this simulation result could change every day. Regarding inflation, there are many factors that affect inflation, but overall, we expect inflation to rise again by more than 1% due to the crisis. But again, this can change. On the comments made by the honorable delegate from Egypt are, I agree with 100%, so I'm not going to make further comment. The issues we face are global, and in this recovery, we are going to also face competition with the rest of the world. Regarding the sectors, the discussion on sectoral performance and the impact of external shocks on sectors like agriculture. I also agree with the honorable delegate from Algeria. We need our own strategies to develop our sectors, especially agriculture and manufacturing. This is an issue which we have been advocating in ECA for years. I'm sure some of you remember what we have been doing over the last 15, 20 years on issues that relate to industrialization, value addition, regional integration in Africa. And we have advocated for industrial policy, return to development planning. Mr. Chairman, I was here in 2011 when we launched economic report on Africa 2011 on development planning and industrial policy. At that time, there was no development planning ministry in Senegal. Now we know they have a ministry and they are working very hard on diversification. The place where we are sitting now is witness to that. This is a new industrial park, which we have seen very expanding and very impressive. This is something that we are all proud of, Mr. Chairman. So we need to have our own strategies in order to promote the industries that help us to increase growth and diversify. And we have seen this in many countries trying to expand industries and to also promote agriculture. And I think this is the only way for us. This is the only way for us to transform, to build resilience, and to make growth equitable and shared across Africa. Again, the honorable delegate from Cote d'Ivoire talked about structural transformation imperative and the prices of food and how Africa can produce wheat locally. I'm not an expert in that area, but I've been privy to the discussion on production of heat-resistant wheat, and we have seen this expanding in many countries, including, of course, Egypt, Sudan, in the north, where the environment is more conducive. What countries can do, again, in order to respond to the external shocks such as COVID-19 and the Ukraine crisis. Again, we repeat the same argument and the same recommendations, which is shared apparently by Cote d'Ivoire, is to really try to produce more food locally and to promote local production of the food we consume in Africa. It has been said several times that Africa is a continent that produces what they do not consume, and they import what they consume and export what they do not consume. So we need to produce what we consume. The shocks indeed led to risk and security risk in many countries. And I think this is a theme that we are going to discuss again and again in Africa here. Probably, I think during this conference, we'll come back to the question of how to reduce risk by making growth more shared, more equitable, and more helpful to African countries to overcome external shocks. The recommendation by the gentleman from Tanzania, member states to finalize FTA are well taken. We will follow up on this, all of them, and more analytical work on the effect of Ukraine crisis is being conducted by ECA currently, and we'll share it on our website. The issue of technical assistance and diversification through technology, this is a theme of Economic Report on Africa 2022, which will be launched soon. So we are continuing the analysis of how African economies can diversify through trade, through green industries, through technologies. And of course, we started this analysis long time ago with commodity-based diversification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci beaucoup, M. Al-Khiraika. Je voudrais...
Thank you very much. Before going to the next item on the agenda, I would like to give the floor to Madam Hanan Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary of the ECA. Madam Morsi, you have the floor.
Just wanted to come back on a few of the things that have been raised. For example, the issue of the global nature of this crisis. We will probably have a deeper discussion later in the day when we're discussing the issues paper. But I wanted to highlight that definitely this is a core issue, what we have seen in terms of the series of shocks that we've seen starting from the pandemic and then followed by the impact of the war in Ukraine, which basically brings multiple shocks. We have a food shock, energy shock, and a finance shock. So this really kind of brings a perfect storm that is global in nature, and there has been analysis that was done at a UN level, which the Secretary General had actually launched a brief on this a few weeks ago, which we contributed to. And basically shows that among regions, the most affected by the war in Ukraine economically is actually Africa. And also the nature of this shock, that it actually, even in terms of the severity of the shock, the middle income countries this time actually absorbing the or taking the largest hit. This all basically points to the nature that the tools that we have globally in terms of how to help countries need to be rethought, because basically existing instruments have been designed to tackle country-specific shock, either idiosyncratic type of shocks. And now we are dealing with a series of global shocks that need different and revamped instruments. And this is part of actually what we are, ECA is now coordinating in terms of, there has been a working group that has been formed with ECA as the secretariat of that working group, with the ministers of finance, the IMF, the World Bank, and key African stakeholders, including the African Union, African Development Bank, African Bank, to look into the issue of global financial architecture reform that actually works for Africa. So all these issues and challenges are being discussed in detail to see what type of asks need to be put forward. And I'll be perhaps giving a bit more detail later on in the day, and happy to answer any questions related to this. But this is basically where we are. So totally agree that the nature of the type of shocks that we are facing now is different than what we have faced in the earlier decades. So a new thinking of what tools and instruments are needed is required. And actually part of what was all of us here, this is an opportunity to actually put our thinking together in terms of what are the most and most useful ways to put forward a unified ask of what need to change and how. So that's in terms of the issue of the global nature. I just wanted to say for the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we have a colleague of ours, Director Stephen Karingi, who will be presenting later on trade and integration. So you will have more detailed discussion on this issue. And then in terms of the impact on agriculture, yes, agree with the colleagues that have raised it, that this is an issue and a sector that has been particularly hit by number of shocks. Of course, the pandemic affected supply chain or led to supply chain disruptions for the sector. You've also had now with the Ukraine crisis, another shock in terms of food insecurity and implications for the global supply chains, and with fertilizers as well. And on top of that all, we have the issue of the climate change that is affecting Africa the most out of all regions and have serious implications for the agriculture sector. Yes, and that is one of the areas also that can really highly benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in terms of increasing regional linkages and regional supply chains. So I look forward to hearing more on that and further discussion in our next session. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Morsi, pour ces clarifications ainsi qu'à ces invitations pour les prochaines séances qui reviendront en plus de détails sur les points soulevés par les participants. Merci, directeur, également, Monsieur El
Thank
Kiraika.
you for your contribution, and thank you, Director Mr. Kalaika, as well, for your presentation and the responses for the comments. Thank you to member states who have also taken the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Regarding to the online colleagues, I would like to reiterate what I just said earlier. If you want to take the floor, you can raise your hand, and then we would be able to give you the floor. And once again, we may not be able to address your questions raised on chat. So I invite colleagues online to raise your hands if you wish to take the floor and participate on our deliberations. Without further ado, as suggested earlier, we're going to pass on the health break and go to the next item of the agenda. For those who would like to take coffee and tea, you can go downstairs to take your teas and coffees. Regarding the next item in the agenda, we have the assessing progress on regional integration in Africa, and I will give the floor to Mr. Stephen Karingi, Director of the Regional Integration and Trade Division, to make his presentation. Mr. Karingi, you have the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon. Great. So just to make sure that I know how to move this thing. Good morning again and good afternoon. So I'm actually making a presentation with regards to the agenda item number 4 in your agenda, dear delegates. And it's on the assessment of progress on regional integration. And the document number is E/ECA/COE/40 number 5. This is a regular agenda item for all of us. So I hope it will be easy for me to take it through in the next seven minutes. So the report that you have, it has several sections. Before I go to the key messages, so we talk about in details in the report on trade integration. We talk in details about macroeconomic integration. We look at the performance also in the report on the issues of infrastructure and energy. I would want to highlight that in the report, in the area of infrastructure, you will see that we have broken the components, the different components of infrastructure, starting from roads, railway, maritime. And it's important that as you go through the report, that you also attend a side event we are going to have on the AFCFTA and the country business index that the executive secretary talked about. And within the same side event, we are also going to present a detailed report on the AFCFTA and issues related to infrastructure and transport. And I will, as I make my presentation, I'll show why it's important that you attend that side event on the 15th of May. The report also does actually talk about the report that we have. We also highlight issues of social integration, and within that part of the report, we highlight some of the innovations that Africa put together as we were dealing with the fight on COVID. We talk about issues of governance, peace, and security within the report. One of the delegations did actually raise this issue, especially in the context of West Africa. The report on assessing regional integration does actually have some discussions on issues of governance, peace, and security, noting that without issues of governance, good governance, peace, and security, we cannot actually achieve regional integration. So I wanted to highlight those to entice you to go through the report, because 7 minutes cannot actually do justice to all that is happening on the regional integration and those things that we need to deal with in order to make progress on regional integration. So coming now back to my presentation, which is basically just 3 slides.
regional integration, I think we no longer debate about its relevance when it comes to advancing our continental agenda and our development. So it remains one of those key issues or key pillars of our development. And this is because our economies are small, and unless we integrate, we cannot actually be able to make progress taking advantage of the economies of scale and also the many resources that our continent has. So this remains to be a key pillar, and we thank you as the committee of experts and member states that you continue to put this issue on your agenda. Progress has actually been made in regional integration. Now, the performance on regional integration that you see in the report, which is actually shown in the chart that you see on that slide, is based on the integration index that you asked us a few years back to put together to monitor the progress on regional integration. Now, this index that we report in the current report was actually based on the data that we collected before the pandemic. And so it's going to be interesting what will happen when we do this index, which we intend to do starting this year, to come up with the third in the series to see what progress we have made, because we would expect that the issues of the pandemic may have had significant impacts on some of the measures that we had last time. But essentially, what the report shows is that you have varied performance in the different regional economic communities. Some regional economic communities do very well when it comes to issues of macroeconomic integration, for instance, like the EAC. Some regional economic communities like ECOWAS do very well when it comes to the free movement of people. And by and large, according to this index, if you remember when we first presented it to you, we told you that anything below 0.5 shows that we are not doing very well. Anything above 5, we are doing okay, but this is on a scale of 1.0. So as you can see from the readings on each of the dimensions that we are reporting in the report, and for each of the regional economic community, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. Now, the good thing is that the launch of the AFCFTA is actually doing two things. First of all, it's aggregating our efforts, or at least is giving a strong business case for us to deal with the other dimensions of the regional integration. So it is going to foster, it's going to lead to investments on infrastructure. It's also going to help us deal with the issue of trade policy. It's also going to help us deal with the issue of production integration. So what one of the key messages that we are putting across to you is that we should take the advantage, the opportunities that are embedded in the AFCFTA to drive our post-COVID recovery. And I think this is a message and a theme that is going to continue throughout this conference. Before I go to my second slide, let me take 1 or 2 minutes to talk a bit more on the trade integration. And I'm saying this because, as you know, and we are glad that the AFCFTA Secretariat people are here, there is the protocol on trade in goods and the protocol on trade in services, which are currently being implemented by the member states. And we are capturing that in the competitiveness strategies that were highlighted by the Executive Secretary. Now, that trade in services is an area where we have a lot of potential to advance rapidly towards the recovery of our economy. And so the performance, as you can see on each of the regional economic communities, when it comes to trade integration, there is still a lot that we need to do. But we have the opportunity by making our offers under the trade in good protocol and our commitments under the trade in services. And I think we can leapfrog in the next 2 series of the index to very good performance. Finally, on this first slide, under the trade integration, under the productive integration, which you can see, none of the regional economic communities is doing well, doing above 0.5. The regional supply chains that have become such a critical issue, both during the COVID and now under the Ukraine crisis, countries that are able to deal better with these regional supply issues are the ones that have stronger productive integration, because basically this is a question of the regional value chains. Now, under our assessment of regional integration, we have a long way to go on productive integration, but now we have no choice other than to do more if we want to create the resilience that the AFCFTA offers us an opportunity to do. But of course, we need to finance that. And hopefully, as you think about financing the recovery, we'll talk a bit more on that. Now, I think this slide, basically, I wanted to show that I've talked a bit more on the trade integration, just to remind us that we continue to trade more with the rest of the world than we do with ourselves. Other countries, other regions trade more with themselves, which means, of course, that they are coping much better with the challenges that the global economy is facing, including on the current additional layer of shocks from the Ukraine crisis. And so it's basically up to us to figure out, now that we know the imperative of regional integration, we've seen what it means for us what it means if we trade more with each other. What is it that as a conference we can do to accelerate to have better numbers? We've never gone beyond 20% of our total trade being intra-African. Even the most shocking thing, and I think there was a question that was asked about agriculture. Intra-African trade in agriculture is only 11%. So we are quite exposed as we speak, and this is an issue that we need to deal with. Now, on the macroeconomic integration, of course, all the regional economic communities, as you will see in the report, they have programs for macroeconomic convergence. Now, the data that we had presented to you 42 days before this did not capture some of the inflation numbers that we are seeing today. But just to say that the regional economic communities, as we note in the report, do actually have programs for macroeconomic convergence. And so what, of course, one would want to urge here is that we use the instruments that we have under these macroeconomic criteria to at least coordinate our responses to the macro shocks that are emerging from the Ukraine crisis. On the infrastructure deficit and low productive integration, again, we think if we deal a bit more with the issues highlighted in the report, we'll not only be able to grow more our intra-African trade share as we would want to see, but at the same time, we would be able to create some resilience. Allow me at this point to say that Adam, my colleague from Macro, did present to you a chart, or at least some empirical results from ECA on what would happen if we implemented the AFCFTA by 2045, and what would happen if we did not implement the AFCFTA effectively. And the good news is that if we implement the AFCFTA effectively, just to reinforce the message, we would actually see a significant growth, up to 400% growth in our intra-African trade from where we are today to where we would be to 2045 if we implement the AFCFTA. Now, in the same chart, in the same graph chart that he showed you, what again I think I would want you to notice was what would happen into the growth of intra-African trade in services, and especially in the area of transport and basically logistics. So we have opportunities that can help us quickly deal with the infrastructure gap that we have, and also strengthen our productive integration. Finally, the report, if this can go to the next level, we basically say we remain with the same message. We need to accelerate regional integration, and we believe that there's a lot of progress that have been made, but I think the exposure of the continent and the vulnerability that has been shown under COVID and under the Ukraine crisis, I think we need to do a bit more. In terms of implementing the AFCFTA, I think we have now a template, really. We really have something that we cannot say that we don't have something to anchor our efforts on. So hopefully we hope that the AFCFTA implementation is going to strengthen our recovery from COVID and now from the current shock that we are having. And for us as the Commission, we will continue to support the member states and also the regional economic communities. In our report, we talk of 3 knowledge products that we released last year. The Assessing Regional Integration, the 10th edition. We also produced one on the common investment area, where we look at the phase 2 issues of the AFCFTA and how they work together, the investment protocol, the intellectual property rights protocol, the competition policy protocol, and also the e-commerce, the digital trade, how all of those work together. And you cannot make progress in one without thinking about the other. So again, we would want to highlight that those reports from the Secretariat are with you. And also, of course, we tackle the much more challenging question of how do you manage the interface of the AFCFTA implementation and the existing trade policy arrangements under the regional economic communities, FTAs. So essentially, that's what the report is about. There is a bit more there. So I welcome you to the side events where we are going to drill a little bit more, Chair, on some of these issues. And we hope that by the time we finish the conference, most those countries that have not ratified the AFCFTA will ratify the AFCFTA. Those that have not yet started developing the implementation strategies will be motivated by the implementation strategies that have been prepared for the countries that have both ratified and started implementing. And for the private sector, we hope that the AFCFTA Country Business Index that we'll be presenting to you is also going to be a good motivation for you so that you can engage the private sector more on your strategies for the AFCFTA. Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Karingi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karingi, for that very clear presentation. Now we will move rapidly to the discussions. The rule is that we begin with member states who are attending in person, and then the others who are online. There were also many comments that have been sent on the chat. I would like to repeat our invitation to delegates who are online to feel free to raise their hand so that we can then give them the floor as we advance in our work. Which delegates within the room wishes to take the floor after that presentation? Egypt. There is someone else that I can't see. Is that Namibia? Very good. There's Senegal. Burkina Faso, Benin. Egypt, you have the floor.
Un problème de micro apparemment. Micro, si le staff peut nous aider. C'est pas activé.
Can someone please assist Egypt to take the floor? The microphone is not on yet.
The team, the microphone is not working for the Egypt. Can you fix it, please? Le microphone pour la délégation d'Égypte, ça ne marche pas, s'il vous plaît. Si vous pouvez intervenir.
Merci.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for your comprehensive presentation for the report, and I wish a fruitful discussion during our meeting. I think we considered the current dispute between Ukraine and Russia as a turning point for African economy. Since the war at hand has affected the price of all the commodity, strategic commodity for Africa, and metals, including wheat, maize, petroleum, oil, and so on, the African economy, I think they are rich by the resource. All we need to mobilize this resource. And I think this is the time to think about African common market or pan-African commodity stock of exchange for our commodity, our metals. And I think this stock, it will be help the African country to unify their vote in the market, international market, and begin to be a price maker, not always price taker. So I think this is maybe it's a good opportunity for UNICA to think about the possibility of making this proposal, to study it and see how can it could be as a main needs for African country. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Nous passons la
Thank you, Madam. Now we'll give the floor to the delegate of Namibia. Namibia, you have the floor. We can't hear Namibia, although his microphone is on.
Le délégué de la Namibie, son micro est allumé, mais apparemment au niveau de l'interprétation, il y a un petit souci. Il n'entend pas. Désolé, cher délégué, Ernest, vous entendez au niveau de l'interprétation?
Yes, we can hear now. Yes, we can hear the chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I thank the chair in the manner in which you are conducting our meeting, and also thank the presenter. And I said that I didn't have the opportunity to read the whole report, but maybe what I could ask is that if the report could identify the barriers which is making Africa not really to integrate at the faster rate which we need. We know the importance of integration from far up to where we are today, but why are we not identifying what are those barriers which hinders us really to integrate? As Africans, I know as individual countries, in fact, we are still competing with each other, and maybe one could be the reason why really we are not moving fast in integrating. Secondly, we have also talked about crisis of Russia, Ukraine, and so on, but also the crisis which came with COVID. Up to now, I'm not quite sure whether Africa has come together and say, why can't we identify even one country where we can pool our resources and invest maybe in a vaccine or something else, or research which will be able to help us in the future. I think without really identifying what makes us to draw back, we'll talk about this issue year in, year out, up to our next generation, and will not make really much progress. Those are my few contributions, Chair. Thank you.
Burkina Faso.
Thank you, Namibia. I give the floor to Burkina Faso. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the presenter. I very much appreciated the report, especially on security integration. You recall that the representative of Senegal did take the floor on this matter. I think there are many things that have been done. However, as far as you're concerned, there's still a lot that remains to be done. And once, for those who know our region, our sub-region, are well aware that if we continue on the current trajectory, we'll be in a lot of difficulties. My country is faced with difficulties, but I confess that we do need to do a lot more so that our people can have the kind of difficulties they're faced with resolved. I would like to come back to the issue of integration, especially for regarding the current initiatives. There are 10 in all, thereabouts, but we have the impression that the accent is put on sub-regional organizations and also the Pan-African Organization. African Continental Free Trade Area. I think we need to see how far we've gone on these AFCFTA. We need to move. I think there's lack of political will is not evident. The presentation of the outgoing chair was that there are still some states who have not yet joined the organization. I did not understand the real causes. I think the ECA could perhaps come back to this matter and convince states that we all have an interest in moving forward this regional organization will not be able to move forward unless we all work together. We feel that Africa is actually moving slowly on this matter. I just wanted to make this comment, Mr. Chairman. I'm the Director General of Planning in Burkina Faso. Thank you. Thank you very much, my namesake. Now I'll give the floor to Benin. Benin, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eustache Kakoni, Director General, Assistant Director General of Economic Development in Benin. I'd like to join those who spoke before me to say as follows. I think that regional integration is very important for especially the weak economies. From my point of view, the problem of regional integration is not so much the lack of strategies, but rather the lack of respect or lack of implementation of the agreed strategies. I think to get there, we need to deepen the dialogue between countries. As the presenter from Namibia said, I think with the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, this should be an opportunity for African countries to strengthen their regional integration in various aspects, especially trade. These are the comments that I wanted to make. I thank you.
We give the floor now to Senegal. Thank you very much. Microphone, please. We cannot hear the participants. Please switch on the mic.
S'il vous plaît, un instant, je vais vous interrompre parce que les traducteurs ont encore quelques soucis. Ils n'entendent pas, tant bien même que les micros sont ouverts. Si l'équipe technique peut nous aider à résoudre ce problème. Désolé.
Interpreters are not able to listen to the interventions due to technical problem. Sorry for this technical glitch. Thank you. Yes, yes, we can hear. Thank you very much, Chair. I was saying earlier that when we focus on goods and services trade, we can understand that this is already weak, but on these goods that are traded, we still have some manufactured goods. And we have a project that the ECA and other pilot countries are working on, which is on the trade analysis between countries on added values. Now, if we look at this angle, I believe the share is very much weak, low, and this would be much lower because the manufactured goods traded between African countries use imported inputs. And we are in an experiment phase for us, and we have to make sure that we need to have reference data on our trades impacting our economies. We come from the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and in some aspects, we may not have added value in terms of revenues. So these tools should help us to better understand the impact of our trade, because this is what we want to see. We want to see the impact on our economies of the trades between countries. These trades of goods and services do not reflect clearly the facts. So we invite the ECA to develop these projects of tools allowing us to clearly measure the clear result of the trades between countries. We have trades between Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Cameroon, and so on. So the existing tools should be well equipped to better understand the trade between our countries. Thank you. Thank you for these methodological observations. Any other delegate who would like to take the floor? Mauritania, you have the floor.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. في البداية أشكر الحكومة والشعب السنغاليين على
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the government and the people of Senegal. I would like to congratulate the president as well. I would like to thank the experts for the quality of their presentations. In Africa, we face several problems to various economic issues and problems. We have high inflation in the African continent due to the pandemic and also to the Ukrainian crisis. We should focus on promoting agriculture. We need to focus on our common assets, and we should also focus on agriculture and on the products that we consume, but not on the products that we want to export. We have to promote and support farmers in their respective countries. We have to also address the security concerns that we have in the African continent, which is a major bottleneck for economic development in the continent. We should also remember to improve intra-Africa trade by ensuring or putting in place the required infrastructure. We call upon all stakeholders involved in the agricultural sector to enable their farmers and discover new opportunities. And God willing, we have some sort of stability in the African continent, and we also benefit from low costs in production. We need to promote investment in the African continent. Investment is one value addition in the service sector. For instance, in Mauritania, we are promoting this by providing an enabling environment. We give the floor to Botswana now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving this delegation the floor. At the outset, I would like to take this opportunity to express the appreciation of this delegation for the hospitality extended by the government of this country, including the brotherly and sisterly people of Senegal. In addition, Mr. Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank Dr. Karinge for the lucid presentation about the prospects and the challenges that our country, including for most parts, our continent continue to face in advancing the economic development of this continent. And of course, indeed, one of the tools that we can put in place to alleviate the challenges of economic development in this continent is, among others, the African Continental Free Trade Area. But among the challenges that some of the countries are facing, in ratifying, of course, including in implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, is the protocols on rules of origin. I think if we could overcome some of these challenges, including amongst the rules of origin, will go a long way, in our efforts to implement the African Continental Free Trade Area. So my question is, at the present moment, does the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa have in place any strategies to assist some of the members of African countries to overcome these challenges, including amongst those in relation to the rules of origin? I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup, cher délégué.
Thank you very much, dear delegates. I do not see any other request for the floor in the room. Otherwise, we can now give the floor to the colleagues online. Delegate from Morocco, you have the floor. Morocco, please take the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to join the previous speakers to congratulate the team who have worked on the two reports and the two presentations. I will focus more on a general observation. We have some technical concern. We would like to make sure that the interpreters are able to hear you. Technical team, can please assist us? Yes, interpreters are able to listen to the contribution. Madam Mansouri, please continue. Madam Mansouri, please continue. Madam Mansouri.
Madam Mansouri.
Madam Mansouri, are you still connected? Are you still with us? Good afternoon. So, I was saying, I would like to join the previous speakers to congratulate the teams who have worked on both presentations on the socioeconomic situation in Africa and on the integration aspect in the African continent. I would focus more on an observation on the importance of considering the regional value chains in the African continent to improve Africa's resilience in light of international crises. Fact is that in the past decade, we faced several crises coming not from Africa, but coming from outside Africa. Unfortunately, we were highly impacted by this crisis. Now, to improve the resilience of Africa regarding this crisis, it's very much important that we develop regional value chains. Integration between African countries is very much important, but the issue of development of regional value chains is more important. Why? Because now if we mention the example of Asian countries, which represent around 46% of the world trade, whereas Africa represents less than 3% of the world trade, we can see that Africa is suffering from all the crises coming from outside Africa, and its weight at the global level is not as such high. How did Asia was able to increase their weight and develop their resilience in this context? I can mention here regarding inflation for 2022, IMF only anticipates a rate of 4% of inflation for Asia. This is the lowest inflation rate compared to other areas of the world. Now, how did Asia manage to develop this resilience capacity? They have improved and supported their regional value chain. The regional value chain is very much important. We have real opportunities in Africa to do so. We have opportunities processing industries, chemical industries, pharmaceutical industries. Now, the question of developing value chains must also be considered with high importance to develop integration and also improve the resilience of the African continent regarding crises coming out or coming from external continents. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mansouri. Any other contribution online? There are no additional requests for the floor. Observers. If observers would like to take the floor, I can give you the floor. I see a hand raised at the back of the room. Can you please tell us your name and the institution you represent? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My name is Professor Nabil Gilan, Minister of Economic Development, Morocco. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the ECA and the Senegalese government for this invitation and also congratulate the organizers and the panelists for the quality of the contributions. We talk about integration. We know that this is a trendy subject for Africa. COVID crisis told us how it's very much important to mobilize our resources to face our problems together. Several reports have showed the advantages, the challenges of integration in Africa. AFCFTA is a huge progress. It's also a strong message to the rest of the world, but also to us Africans, the young people as well, of the African continent, we want to achieve integration. AFCFTA is very much important, but you have told it, Mr. Director, it's not sufficient. I would like to focus on an important matter. Fiscal integration, monetary integration are as much important as regional integration, because fiscal crisis is very much higher, it's volatile, it's higher, and very much useful for integration. Some African countries have started thinking about adopting cryptocurrencies or digital banks within their central banks, after other African countries have accepted it as a national currency. And I would like to make a recommendation here to launch a reflection on creating a digital currency, a common digital currency at the African continent within the African Central Bank. Here we are talking about a common currency, not a unique currency, to avoid any converting, correlation and related problems. So I believe it's very much important. If each African countries work in silos and everyone launches its own currency or cryptocurrency, we may not be able to achieve integration, and we may not even have the necessary power and capability to do so. And having a common currency is a huge support for AFCFTA. Integration is a gradual process, but it's also a parallel process. We can launch several types of integration at the same time. I thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor. Any other requests for the floor from the observers? We directly give the floor to Mr. Karingi for his responses, clarifications, and comments made by the various delegates. Mr. Karingi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me also thank the distinguished delegates that have raised very pertinent questions. It will take us another presentation to go into details, the questions that were raised. But what I'll try to do is, hopefully in answering one, I'll answer another one. So if I take the case of Egypt, so essentially there was a recommendation that we go towards a common commodity exchange. I think that's something that, of course, makes a lot of economic sense, including the efficiency question. But from the Secretariat point of view, what I would want to mention is that 2 days ago, we issued a press release on the Africa Trade Exchange, which is a collaboration between the ECA, Afrexim Bank, and the AFCFTA Secretariat. And essentially what the Africa Trade Exchange is doing is, in fighting the Ukraine crisis, we are asking the question, are there countries in Africa that today produce fertilizers, a case in point? And then we find that Morocco does, Nigeria does, Kenya does. We also find that a lot of the ingredients that go to fertilizer production also exist in large quantities within the continent. For instance, the example of potash in Namibia. And so today, many African countries are facing the challenge of very high prices when they go to the commodity houses looking for fertilizer because of the shock that is created by the Ukraine crisis. And so we are saying, why don't we have all the African countries that want to import fertilizer or that need fertilizer for that matter, they aggregate their order book, just like we did under the Africa Medical Supplies platform. They aggregate their order book, and then they go to the African countries that are producing fertilizer and say, can you please offer us fertilizer at competitive prices, given this huge order book? So we believe that this would be a step towards addressing the challenge that you raise about the exposure and the vulnerability that African economies face whenever there is a commodity shock. This is one. But I think your proposal, which is a much more deeper solution to this, is something, of course, the Secretariat can look at. But I wanted to respond to this question because it also came up, I think, from Cote d'Ivoire earlier, and I wanted to respond to this. Now, Namibia does actually ask us whether we have identified the barriers why we are not integrating fast. Our report does talk about the infrastructure gaps. We talk about the issue of financing of this infrastructure. These are some of the things that are holding back the move of deeper integration. There are still policy issues. Botswana has raised a very interesting point about the rules of origin. As you know, according to the modalities of the AFCFTA, we are supposed to do 97% opening up of the market, but the rules of origin that have actually been agreed today, they are not yet up to 97%. They don't cover up to 97%. So this is a policy issue. Which of course does actually hold back the space at which we integrate. Now, the side event that I mentioned to you that will happen on Sunday is also going to address some of these issues that are holding back integration, especially in the area of services. Now, Namibia also talked about pooling our resources, the question of how do we address these shocks. And again, I just want to emphasize that Africa has demonstrated its capability and its capacity to deal with these shocks. What we need to do is how do we ensure that the solutions that we have come up with outlive these shocks and they become legacies of every day. And I think the things that have been done under the COVID issues, be it AVAT, AMSP, and also what we are doing on the Africa Trade Exchange platform, we believe these are going to give us full solutions to dealing with the challenges in future. Thank you, Burkina Faso, for affirming that it is important for us to think about security as we talk about regional integration. You did, however, actually raise the issue of political will. You are the member states, so I don't want to second guess you whether we have a political will, but from where I sit as a technical person within the Secretariat, I think we have political will. Otherwise, we would not have been able to get a full negotiation of the AFCFTA and also the kind of ratification that we have and also the implementation that we see happening. Obviously, the Secretariat will continue to work more on advancing the work, and where, of course, you believe as member states there is an issue of political will, we believe the dialogues between yourselves can help resolve that. And I think that's what Benin was saying. Benin, you talked about the dialogue between countries, and I think that addresses the question of political will. And I think you may probably have talked about this issue in the context of the AFCFTA because of the issue between, you have not, Benin has not yet ratified the AFCFTA. You continue with the dialogue on this issue of the AFCFTA. It's also linked to the question of the rules of origin that was raised by Botswana. I don't think it's a question of political will. There is commitment by the countries, but I think there are those outstanding issues. Senegal, just quickly, it is true that we need tools to better understand our regional integration and also our trade agenda. I think I could say with certainty and without contradicting myself that I think your secretariat uses state-of-the-art tools in informing most of the things that we bring before here. However, the challenge we have is that we need each and every country's data to be accessible for the utilization of those tools. Just to give you an example, if you want to understand the question you raised, Senegal, about goods and services, there is a database we call Trade in Value Added. Trade in Value Added basically allows you, it's a tool that allows you to understand what is the service content, what are the intermediate inputs that go into the production of anything that you export, including what you import and then use to produce for export. Now, very few African countries have a trade in value added database. And this is because the supply and use tables, which are based on the national accounts, do not exist. And if they exist, probably they are dated because maybe you're using national accounts standards that are much older than what we need now. So the Secretariat has the tools, but to be able to utilize those tools for the benefit of the member states, we need to have access to the statistics and the data. And that is why we need to work very closely with you on that. This will also allow us to deal with the question of revenues when it comes to opening up trade, because it's a big issue. Mauritania, we take your case. I think this was raised from the beginning, the question of regional value chains. And I think I just want to agree with you, we need to work more deeply on that. I've handled the question of Botswana. You basically ask whether we have a strategy. Just to tell you that through our sub-regional office for Southern Africa that is based in Lusaka, we actually received a request from Mauritius to look on this issue of rules of origin in the context of the AFCFTA. Obviously, the AFCFTA Secretariat has been working hard to try to deal with the outstanding issues because you know the sectors where this is a sticking point. So Mauritius has sent a request to the Executive Secretary in exactly the same issue that you have asked. And I can inform you that we're in the process of responding positively to that issue. Morocco, you basically agree with Mauritania that we need regional value chains for resilience, so I'm not going to revisit that. However, we need our member states to be at the forefront on the debate, because of course at the international level, there is this tension between global value chains and regional value chains. Everybody is saying, if you shorten the regional supply chains, it means you're going to introduce inefficiencies in the performance of our economies, especially the global economy. But what we have seen is that if we put efficiency ahead of resilience, it's us Africans who are suffering. So as we debate at the global level on this question, I would want to believe that the member states will articulate why they believe that the regional value chains are critical for resilience, because they also come at a cost of economic efficiency. That we know, because you may not necessarily be able to access the most competitive intermediate input for the production process. So there is that question. And finally, the professor from Morocco, the issue of payment systems at the moment is being handled under the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System that was launched by the Afrexim Bank and the AFCFTA Secretariat. But essentially, you are saying even for the PAPs to work, we probably need to think of the central bank digital currencies, and you're asking for a continental one. I think I'll leave that to the DES maybe to want to talk about that from a monetary policy point of view, a macro policy point of view. But your point is well taken, that integration cannot happen properly without a good payment system. And there are intermediate solutions that have been proposed in the context of the AFCFTA, including the Africa Trade Exchange platform that I mentioned when I responded to Egypt. It's going to be linked to the Pan-African payment and settlement system, such that we don't need the dollar or the euro to trade. We can do it with our currencies and have the clearing at the end of the day in our domestic currencies. So, Chair, I will stop here, and thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Karingi.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Karingi, for the presentation, as well as for the replies that you gave to the various questions and comments and remarks. If you agree, we did not take any lunch break. We could perhaps end our session here for lunch, and then we can resume our deliberations at 15 hours GMT. Thank you very much for all of you who have taken part in these deliberations, and enjoy your lunch. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lunch is very important so that we can have lunch. Lunch will be generously offered, thank you, Mr. Chairman, by the Senegalese government. And this is offered, therefore, by the host state. And this will be in the Savane restaurant next to the place where you went for registration.
Thank you very much to Senegal. It's taking place at the place called Savane, close to the registration area where you passed through this morning. And Asha will escort you to that area. Vous êtes guidé vous serez escorté au déjeuner. Donc, vous sortez de la salle et il faut sortir de bâtiment. Merci beaucoup. Bon appétit à tous.
Merci, Yuki.
Recording stopped.
Ici. 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 Ici.
Recording in progress.
Et en même temps économiste en chef de la même organisation, va
The
faire
same organization will be having a short presentation, which will be at the heart of our meeting and conference this year.
les services techniques, si vous pouvez nous assister à
IT, could you please help us once again, because interpretation services are having some glitches, but I think it's now fine. Is it okay now? And we resume. So I was saying that the presentation that is coming next will be done by Madame Morsi, is the Executive Deputy Director of ECA, which is actually at the heart of our work, because it is going to be touching on the theme of the conference, financing recovery in African funding innovative solutions. So I would like to stress this, because it's going to guide our discussions and help us to get the best recommendations and formulations for the ministerial segment. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Madame Morsi to make her presentation on the theme of the conference. Thank you once again, Madame.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests. I will take you now through a presentation of the theme of the conference. We can have the slides on. So the theme for our conference here was chosen as Financing Africa's Recovery, Breaking New Grounds. Can you hear translation? Okay, we'll look into it right now.
pour permettre de faire l'interprétation dans les
For interpretation services, at least so that we get interpretation services coming through.
Can you hear me now with translation?
C'est bon, Madame Morsi.
Very good.
It is fine, Madame Morsi.
Financing Africa's Recovery, Breaking New Grounds. This theme was chosen even, earlier on, before all the latest development. So even before the pandemic, Africa had huge development financing needs. In terms of financing needs for infrastructure, it's estimated that Africa needs 130 to 170 billion US dollars a year. For education, we have a financing gap of 39 billion a year, and for health, 66 billion US dollars for health gap, to finance the health gap. In addition to that, all Africa needs around 3 to 5% of GDP, Africa's GDP, to actually finance the climate action that is required. This was even further complicated by actually the pandemic, and then later the other shocks that came. So the pandemic led to the worst recession in half a century for the continent, and we saw a contraction of 3.2% in 2020. And then we had a moderate recovery in 2021, and we were expecting that recovery to continue in 2022. Of course, the governments, African policymakers needed to spend more to mitigate the socioeconomic impact of the pandemic, which basically translated into higher fiscal deficits. So we've seen fiscal deficits doubling. As a result, we've seen levels of debt to GDP accelerate, rising quite fast. And perhaps the most worrying impact of the pandemic has been the regression of very hard-won gains that the continent managed to achieve in terms of poverty reduction. So the pandemic actually reversed those gains. We've seen 47 million being pushed into extreme poverty. And we have also seen an increase of the new poor by 55 million, and 46 million being actually at risk of hunger. However, afterwards, with the recovery starting to take place, further challenges came that complicated the situation. Among them was first the issue of higher global inflation, and which also meant that central banks in Europe, in the US, and elsewhere were tightening interest rates, and basically that increased external borrowing costs and raised the risk of capital reversals, which really affects developing and emerging markets. On top of that, then came the war in Ukraine, which, besides the fatalities that we have seen in terms of loss of lives and so on, has huge economic implication, particularly for the continent. So it basically escalated and compounded the challenges, the socioeconomic challenges. And we have seen prices reach historical highs in terms of commodity prices. So we have seen oil prices reach the highest level initially since 2008, and then moderated a bit. So now it's the worst or the highest since 2014. And we have seen also the prices of fertilizers double. We have seen increase overall in food prices. And as you can see here, because Russia and Ukraine represent a large share in terms of production of commodities, representing a third of, for example, for wheat and maize, and 20% for barley, and Russia is a significant second highest exporter of oil and largest exporter of gas. So all this translated into much higher global prices for oil, gas, and food. Same thing as we mentioned for fertilizers. this, of course, all these issues are contributing to the trends that we have seen in terms of rising inflation and higher exchange rate volatility. And this also particularly affects countries that are commodity dependent and tourism dependent. A factor that really kind of particularly aggravates the impact of the war in Ukraine is the fact that African households spend a significant share of their expenditures on food relative to countries elsewhere. So on average, in Africa, around 42% of all the household expenditure are actually on food, and in some countries it's above 70%. These countries include Angola, South Sudan. So that means that such a shock translates into hurting the most vulnerable, and means that the socioeconomic implication is even greater. At the same time, this will exacerbate the risks of hunger and undernourishment. And this has already, even before the war in Ukraine, this was an issue that has been further worsened by the pandemic. So we have seen already a large increase of those people that are undernourished due to the pandemic. And the other issue is around 80% of those that countries that are actually 85% of those that are at risk of hunger are concentrated in about 15 countries. And those 15 countries, many of them have been quite hit by the war in Ukraine because they are heavily dependent on imports from these two countries. That really leaves, the policymakers, whether ministers of finance or ministries of economies, with very tough policy challenges that they need to, trade-offs that they need to deal with. So basically, they need to weigh between issues, the need of fiscal consolidation, given the large, the deterioration that we've seen in fiscal deficits over the last few years. But at the same time, they need to balance that with the need to really mitigate the impact and enhance the social safety net and protect the most vulnerable. At the same time, also, the current global architecture in terms of availability of for countries to deal with debt issues or debt stress issues really have some factors that make it more difficult, because basically if any country is considered to go that route, it has implications, for example, on their credit rating, on their ability to access market, on how fast the process can be expected to be completed in. And then, of course, there is also the need to weigh between very high cost of debt that has been rising, especially for countries that have been borrowing externally, versus actually the very binding constraints that they are facing in terms of the need to manage the economic recovery and protect the most vulnerable. And particularly with middle-income countries as a result of the war in Ukraine, they have less access to concessional financing, and they have been facing very high and rising cost of debt in terms of access to market. So that basically is even further complicated by the fact that these market access countries are facing huge wall of upcoming external repayments at a time where we have all this financial tightening and more challenging global conditions in terms of getting financing at an affordable rate. So actually for this current year, it's estimated around $20 billion are due in debt repayments and interest repayments for African countries who are borrowing from markets. So it's very large, and it's a very really challenging situation for them to have to deal with this at this point in time. Then the situation also is further compounded by some structural issues, and these include issues that has to do with macroeconomic and governance side. So, for example, you have the issue, as we said before, the need to fiscal consolidation versus the need to do more social spending, but also the need to curb leakages in the system, both through enhancing governance, but also through closing loopholes, and to really enhance the public finance management systems. There is also the issue, which has been there for many years, the low domestic resource mobilization. Part of the challenge, of course, is that Africa have a large informal sector, which actually really kind of reduces the taxable net in a way, in addition to weak tax administration capacities. And another perhaps leakage is the issue of the illicit financial flows that are estimated at around 83 billion annually. Of course, some of the things that here also does not help is the low level of domestic capital market development, which could be a way to enhance the financing options available. And also on the other side, the issues of access to finance, basically, as we mentioned, costly financing options from market, and basically challenges in mobilizing climate finance relative to what is available for other regions. So as a result of all this, we've seen basically the development financing needs for Africa even increase more. So pre-pandemic, there was already a need to financing SDGs of about 200 billion annually. This has actually risen by 154 billion post-pandemic. And if we add also, there are also needs that are related to recovering from COVID, that's even larger. So perhaps in terms of, okay, how do we respond to the crisis in the short term? Here, what we see on this slide are actually asks that were tabled and put forward by the working group that I had referred to earlier by the African Ministers of Finance, where we had a meeting with them on that working group on the global financial architecture during the spring meetings. And these were the asks that were adopted by the group and put forward for the IMF spring groups and with discussions with the IMF managing director. And these include on the issue of debt service relief and restructuring, basically the need to make the G20 common framework actually quickly operational and function better, to extend the debt service suspension initiative by another 2 years and allow the option of basically reprofiling the payments for 5 years after this extension, and to waive the IMF surcharges for 2 to 3 years, as given what we have mentioned before, for example, on the issue that this is the nature of the crisis, that this is a global crisis. This can help many countries that will need higher financing to actually be able to get that without having to incur large payments of surcharges because of limits of access. Then in terms of the emergency financing, to basically enable governments to access emergency funds and perhaps repurpose committed but undispersed amounts from World Bank and multilateral development banks. And for the IMF, a call to issue new SDRs and to quickly consider program augmentation and raise the access limits, which was raised until 2023 for another 2 years. Then also on the issue of rechanneling SDR, some of the things that the asks that were specifically put forward include the need to recapitalize MDBs, African MDBs, and to channel a portion of SDRs to MDBs because they have the ability to turn that into more leverage, 3 to 4 times. So that can actually, help many of the African countries at scale. And then to support SDR on lending and new issuances. And finally, to immediately deploy the Resilience and Sustainability Trust that was approved by the IMF so that it's operational. And in terms of other financing, in terms of financing opportunities and the theme of the conference, breaking new grounds, there are a number of areas that can actually help many countries. That, for example, and we look forward to the discussion here, include supporting the liquidity and sustainability facility that the ECA had proposed before, leveraging Afrexim Bank procurement platform that actually was already launched for pharmaceuticals during the pandemic, to advocate for partial guarantees to de-risk and crowd in private sector finance, which will be really key going forward, and to advocate for or to use more liability management strategies to extend maturities. And of course, one of the key things is to increase the availability of concessional financing. So here, for example, supporting a strong replenishment of the African Development Fund would be key. Another area that would be essential would be to scale up domestic mobilization, resource mobilization, and of course that the few low-hanging fruits would include measures to reduce illicit financial flows, to review tax exemptions, to leverage actually vast resources that are available in African pension funds that the current regulations and tools do not really allow them to consider investment options within the continent. And to encourage regional banks to strengthen capacities to develop bankable projects, and of course, and very important, to deepen domestic capital, the capital markets. Finally, on the area of leveraging the continental free trade area, what would be really key is supporting the African payment and settlement system, facilitating cross-border payments in local currencies, and it would also help reduce the transaction cost, and to leverage investment platforms to foster more collaboration and integration across countries in the region. Finally, I think what we don't know with what is happening now, the depth or length of the current crisis. And Africa has not still fully recovered from COVID-19. So it would be key to make sure that the policies that are taken don't make it worse by, for example, avoiding restrictions on trade restrictions on food, energy, and so on, so that it's not these can basically lead to worsening off for everyone rather than benefits. And to basically make sure also in terms of internal markets that the current whatever shortages or distortions are not, like, the market is well regulated, that there are no excesses that just appear because of behaviors to exploit what is going on, and manipulate prices, and to also of course continue the focus on diversifying economies, focusing on regional integration, and all this would really help the continent in its recovery going forward. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame Morsi. Je pense.
Thank you, Madame Morsi. I think the world is evolving rapidly. We have faced long shocks. Within 3 years, we have experienced 3 shocks: COVID-19, the Ukrainian crisis, and some recovery from COVID with China and its lockdown that may ramp up disruptions in the supply chain. And as you stated, African populations are vulnerable to those. And as you stated, you try to show the funding aspect, which is quite important if you want to achieve SDGs. You also suggested, and I appreciate this, you try to sequence these types of innovative financing for African countries in relation to the international community. I also noted the importance you highlighted in terms of efforts related to tax and fiscal and budgeting, the support towards investment, and the great interest for AFCFTA. Thank you once again, Madame Morsi, for that brilliant presentation. It was clear and very insightful. And that will no doubt inform our discussions. This year, following the initiative of the Executive Secretary for preliminary discussions, discussions have been held in all 5 sub-regions as part of the series of dialogue ahead of the Conference of Ministers this year. So I would like to call on Mr. Jean-Luc Mastaki, Interim Director of the Sub-Regional Bureau of ECA for Central Africa, to give us a report of their discussion on behalf of the 5 directors of the sub-regional offices of
regional consultations, which were organized by the SROs, the sub-regional offices of ECA, on the theme of the conference of the minister of this year, as ECA wanted this theme to be owned by the sub-region, and then have discussion easing the participation of delegates from our different sub-region during the discussions which will take place here. My presentation would actually dwell on the objective of these consultations and also present the landscape of financing at sub-regional level as it emerged from the discussion, but also underline the main messages which came from the discussion before underlining main recommendations which were related to harnessing opportunities arising from the special drawing rights, but also mobilizing climate financing and making good use of the old money. After that, I'll make a conclusion about the way forward. The objectives of our consultations, which took place in East, Central, West, and North and Southern Africa, was actually to popularize and socialize the theme of the Conference of Ministers and make sure issues which will be discussed in Dakar are familiarized with the different stakeholders at local level. Secondly, ECA wanted to understand the issues and the financing landscape at sub-regional level while identifying key measures which would help each sub-region and the region as a whole to mobilize innovative finance and bringing on board the private sector and other stakeholders which will help finance SDGs and also the recovery of the continent. And lastly, the objective was also to enable different participants to discuss and prepare themselves as an input to the dialogue which will take place here. Our policy dialogues were multi-stakeholders events where not only the private sector participated, but also the UN cities, UN country teams, and civil society organization, including youth and women organization, to try and have a broad ownership of this theme. As you can see from Kigali to Lusaka, Rabat, and Niamey, we organized both virtual meetings and also in situ meetings, which allowed us to have hundreds of participants owning the process and giving us their views on the sub-regional insight about this theme. From the discussion we had with different stakeholders, the presentations and other debates end up concluding on the financing landscape facing many challenges at sub-regional level. These challenges include a huge SDG financing gap. Actually, the needs were at 200 billion before the pandemic per year if Africa is to finance its SDGs. But with the pandemic, 150 billions, additional 150 billions are required if Africa is to finance its Agenda 2030. Sorry. There is also a rising of the debt crisis, actually led by the pandemic and its effect on the continent. The public debt is evolving in most of our sub-region towards commercial borrowing. Commercial borrowing has increased from 17% of total external debt to 40% between 2000 and 2019. Our countries and sub-regions are still struggling with low domestic resource mobilization capacity. Their capital markets are still underdeveloped, and looking at how they are harnessing, mobilizing external financing, we still have a lot of shortfalls. The private sector access to finance is actually constrained by high interest rates and high risk profiles of countries and sub-regions, but also we have a high default rate in many countries. The private sector credit to GDP is still low in our sub-region. And as the DS was saying, the Ukraine-Russia crisis is not helping this matter. It may worsen the situation. Yes. Main messages which came from our different sub-regional consultation from North Africa will be harnessing digital finance and support to small and medium enterprises and youth employment as a strategy to financing actually the SDGs post-COVID. Eastern Africa recommended to mobilize innovative financing, digital instruments, deepening financial markets and private sector involvement in support of the broad CFTA markets in Africa. While West Africa called upon Africa to mobilize global partnership for sustainable development and taking account the special needs of the Sahel region. Central Africa emphasized the need to harness natural capital and green financing toward expanding financial space for economic diversification led by inclusive industrialization. While our consultations in Southern Africa called upon our countries to harness accessing affordable finances for SMEs and mobilizing special drawing rights and financing regional value chains toward inclusive industrialization. Yes. The key message on harnessing opportunities from the special drawing rights is that the sub-regions understand very well, but that this mechanism is made to provide short-term liquidity to countries, but there is a way of managing and deploying it very efficiently so that it can impact on long-term growth and the resilience of the continent. While this is meant, as I've said, to financing short-term needs of our countries, we need really to make sure the process of making ready this money available is fastened so that country can have access to the resources and use them timely. We need also to encourage, as the DS have said again, encourage the developed countries to use their special drawing right to finance and lend it to African countries, essentially through supporting institutions like the African Development Bank, which can then innovatively define a way of channeling them for development. Our consultations also underline the fact that most of our sub-regions and countries have a majority of young population with special needs. If we have to harness a demographic dividend, then we need to find a way of mobilizing the special drawing rights to support this category of our population and their special needs. They need to mobilize climate financing. Countries and stakeholders in our sub-regions underlined the need to improve awareness raising on climate change and the related financing opportunities, build capacity of our countries and other stakeholders so that they can mobilize mechanisms such as carbon credit, carbon market, and other green bonds. We need to identify innovative ways to deploy part of this special drawing right to tackle issues related to adaptation and mitigation of climate change. While most of our countries and sub-region are now investing more in a circular economy, we need to find a way of harnessing this and channeling financing that sector. In order to expand our fiscal space, there is an urgent need to define forms of taxes on key processes which are having negative impact on climate change and environment in our countries. And again, we need an African declaration, as we did for agriculture through the Maputo Declaration, or for health through the Abuja Declaration. We need a declaration which would allocate a certain and agreed upon segment of our budget to tackle issues of climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. There is a way of mobilizing the abundant old money which is available on the continent. Here, countries are endowed with rich natural resources and mineral resources can use mineral commodity price boom to repair damaged fiscal situation, while trying also to attract FDIs and stabilize their macroeconomic situation. We need to encourage our countries for prudent use of available funds and also mobilize resources such as pension funds and insurance funds to invest locally. The issue related to illicit financial flow have been underlined here. We need to strengthen good governance to address the issue related to tax evasion and fiscal leakages so that Africa can finance its development using internal resources. We need indeed on the same vein to strengthen our budgetary process, bringing in more effectiveness, transparency, and efficiency, and try as much as we can to broaden our tax base. And here we need to discourage some countries from providing generous tax exemptions when the private sector doesn't really need this, and try and promote tax policies which would lead to formalization of our many SMEs, which are actually the backbone of our economic structure. New grounds and niches for financing recovery in Africa. We need to go into the digital space and mobilize domestic resources related to e-commerce, but also using digital tools to try and expand our fiscal base. We need to build sovereign wealth fund and harness the financial resources we can mobilize from our natural resources. We need to reduce on the inefficiency in government expenditure and try and as much as we can to plug some financial holes and reinforce our domestic resource mobilization to own the development process of the continent. We definitely need to tap into existing opportunity on financing climate change and use a special drawing right as an additional resource to address development needs of the continent. Our discussion concluded that we needed to strengthen sub-regional perspective in all the discussion we are having on financing, making sure that financing sub-regional dimension and issues are put on the table when we discuss big questions related to this financing question. And the conclusion would be that structural transformation and market integration would be the best way to fasten resilience within Africa's development. Here we need to promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, strengthen modern service development in the continent, and make sure we don't rely much more on raw material, which are bringing vulnerability to our economies and actually putting pressure on our fiscal space. We need once again to fasten the continent integration and support the CFTA, the African continental market, as a way of strengthening resilience on the continent. We are urged also to promote financing for regional value chains as a way of supporting productive capacity in building the African common market. We need also to harness and strengthen regional payment system as a way of promoting our intra-regional trade. And then need to leverage and build on the booming digital economy, especially build on the digital finance to drive trade and investment. While SMEs are the backbone of our economies, we need to make sure that they are part of and parcel of our effort towards building the African market. This is basically what we discussed in our different sub-regions. And I take this opportunity to thank all the directors of the SROs who input to this presentation as it's a all SROs presentation. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mastaki. I would like to thank you for the presentation on behalf of the 5 sub-regional offices of ECA. Your Excellency's delegates, we have come to the end of the 2 presentations that were slated on the agenda, that of Madame Morsi, which is actually the central theme of our conference, and the presentation that we've just had on behalf of the 5 sub-regional offices of ECA done by Mr. Mastaki. So we will be opening the floor. And like we indicated this morning, we will start with the member states delegates of the member states who are in the room, followed by those who are online, and then we will move to the observers.
On va commencer par le directeur général de la planification délégué du Bénin.
We shall start with the Director General. Thank you, Chair. I would like to congratulate Madam Morsi for the quality of her presentation that was very clear, that I enjoyed listening to. I have three comments that I would like to make very quickly. The first one is that Benin has negotiated with IMF about 2 weeks ago a new innovative program which allowed the country to raise $700 million with a disbursement of the first tranche in 2022. So I underscore this because we are talking about mobilizing resources to fund recovery. We also had an operation last July to raise funding to fund the SDGs over 12 years. I share this to say that in this context, our wish is that the emphasis should be put on access to new resources. That is what will help us to come out or build back better. The solutions that consist in asking for debt relief or to delay some repayments, that would come afterwards, but we need to prioritize something that would get us new funding. On the other hand, the point on inflation rates, that is a consumer price index in different countries, we need to underscore that in many countries, the most important factor in this index are local agricultural products. In many countries, it is not imports, these are local agricultural products. So the challenge comes back to what we said this morning. One of the delegates underscored this morning. How are we going to support agricultural production in this pandemic context? We have inflationist trends, but I can assure you that if during this year, 2022-2023, we get good agricultural seasons, many prices are going to go down. So the discussion linked to funding of fertilizers and all that, and I appreciated the recommendation done this morning to get a pool so that fertilizers can be cheaper. And I think these are very important points that are going to forestall the inflation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Another delegate. If you wish to speak and you're a delegate, member state delegate, please raise your hands. I take it that the presentations are very clear, at least to me. They're very clear. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Madame Morsi to give us some answers with regard to the Beninoise colleague who would like to have more funding to support agricultural production, like you said, in West Africa, for Benin, for Senegal. If you look at the structure of our CPI, for us, 70% are local products. And like you said, most of these products are food commodities. So we need to support that. So maybe we could much easily forestall those prices. Madam Morsi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Benin for the intervention. I think what you've mentioned in terms of innovative and new financing instruments that you're using, I think is exactly the type of thing that we need to have more discussion of this forum, because it's all about also peer-to-peer learning, countries learning from each other experiences and ideas and new financing instruments. So I very much welcome a lively discussion on this and suggestions and experiences to be shared during our discussion this afternoon. So definitely, the other issue is that you've raised is the need for more resources. Totally agree with you. It's part of what we are, part of the things that also were asks that were raised by the African ministers and that the working group I've mentioned. So definitely this would be very important. Part of it is also, the ask to basically more countries to have pledges to basically reallocate the new SDRs for developing countries to actually benefit from. So we've had 2 countries that have done this out of many. So there is a huge room for to increase these resources, which they already there. What they need to happen is actually to rechannel them for the majority of countries to actually benefit. So that's one. Of course, there is also the call of new SDRs. There is the need to actually have new instruments and tools. One of them is what you also referred to, like, for example, having the same procurement platform that was used for pharmaceuticals to be used for fertilizers as well as for food staples. That would also help Africa in terms of dealing with these higher prices. But quite frankly, Africa has all the components that are needed to produce fertilizers. So I think maybe it's also time to actually look at the opportunities of what's happening for us to focus on actually, seizing these opportunities, since the major components that goes into manufacturing fertilizers are produced in the continent. So, we can perhaps enhance the production capacity within Africa so that we have less exposure to such risks of, much higher fertilizers and disruptions in the supply chain, as we have seen now. And I also totally agree with you that tackling the issues of structural issues in agricultural sector, enhancing productivity and efficiency of the sector is essential at many levels. Of course, it's essential for enhancing food security for the continent, but it's also essential because the majority of the population in Africa actually work in that sector. So the only way to actually raise the standard of living is to make sure that you raise the productivity and the capacity and the opportunities in that sector. So we need to definitely pay attention to that. And through, that can be done through many of the things that were put forward. So for example, issues like that I had mentioned before of repurposing funds that have been approved by multilateral development banks but not dispersed. Some of the things that could be considered is what are the urgent needs of countries. Do you want to use it for what the sector that this has been agreed to, or you need to prioritize based on the risks that are emerging? So, but absolutely, I think we need to pay attention to that and to be able to charter the way forward and to build forward better. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup pour ces éclairages.
Thank you very much for those clarifications, Madam Morsi. Given that we were supposed to be having a dinner this evening, and we have been told, rather, Senegal wanted to take the floor, but I wanted to pass this information to the colleagues. We were supposed to have a reception this evening, but we have been informed that that has been postponed to tomorrow evening. So we'll have a lot more time and to actually take some work that we're supposed to be doing tomorrow. We were going to take some presentations that were slated for tomorrow to have them this evening. So before we get to that point, we would like to give the floor to Senegal. Senegal, we have the floor. So generally speaking, like you have presented, the solutions are two mostly. They are external ones. Indeed, we need to try to rethink our debt in the different formats that you've presented. We also need to revise downwards the interest rates to stagger the debts to have a more or general approach. And then we also have special drawing rights, which are short-term. We cannot continue looking at SDR. It's also for the same thing as debt. We cannot be restructuring debt and looking for facilities with our financial partners. The other solution is that I think that it is internal, and that is something that's going to come from us. We have noted that for all African countries, we have huge resources that Western countries use for their development, and for us is for our growth and development. And I think that Senegal, with regard to its adjustment plans, we have adjusted our development plan, and the idea that we added into it is to go towards more endogenous development with mainly a private sector that is supposed to be bolstered. And I clarify that in the first phase of this program, private sector is supposed to play a key role. And what we seek for the private sector is on the lower side. And then we were looking at a small role of the private sector. We had record growth rates for private sector, which actually is more than 6%. That is a record. And with the second phase, we're supposed to boost the role of private sector in the economy. Unfortunately, the problem is still there. This is something structural. We need to have a business climate which is good. We need to have reforms that are supposed to come. And then COVID was a problem. So we need to rethink our priority actions. So what we wanted was to have a greater role of private sector, to have 40% to fund the priority sector. So this is a statement of intention. The implementation is coming, but this is something that we have never had in Senegal. It is important with regard to the development of financing of our development. We need to attract investors. We need reforms. We need mechanisms. In Senegal, the intentions are good, but what is lacking are mechanisms that need to be implemented to actually jumpstart this project. And this is something which has been missing for the last couple of years. Luckily, there is a preparation fund for projects which will help PPPs to boost them, to support them, so that they can actually get off the ground. That is a fundamental aspect. And in that private sector, the national private sector, which is supposed to play a key role. Secondly, there is effectiveness and managing our resources. We have fiscal resources, even internally. These resources, experience teaches us that we could have more of them. We could actually improve on these domestic resources. The other plank is expenditure. We need to improve expenditure, public expenditure. Senegalese experience that for the last 5-10 years, the idea we had at the Ministry of Economy was to do everything to structure public projects. That was at the beginning. We wanted to have about 10 projects. With 700 projects, we need to study these projects so that they can have good profitability. So we're supposed to have a team that would improve the structuring of these projects. The Minister of the Economy is actually leading this, and we have managed to set up 30 projects last year, this year. Last year we had 80 projects which have been prepared. So we want to move in that direction to study these projects before their implementation, so that their real impacts can be the best. This is a lot of work that we are doing in Senegal. And I think when we scale up with the regional projects, infrastructure projects and all that, we should move in that direction. And the second plank is that PPPs where we are working, and the team that is in charge of this work is working a lot to structure these projects. So this is internal housekeeping that we need to do. In the end, thank you, DG Chair. So the goal, the end game, is supposed to kickstart this work, both with resources and expenditures, to look at their effectiveness. And like one of the speakers said, that if we need to have a food security, security with medicines, we'll actually get there. And we should try to work, for example, on fertilizers so that we can have that food security, because the main solution should come from us. The problem is global at all level, but at the African level, the solution should be homegrown. I will give the floor to. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add something very quickly. Mr. Cham has underscored internal measures that states are supposed to undertake. Senegal cannot take the floor for too long. Just in summary, less than 2 minutes. So I was saying that my colleague underscored the domestic efforts that are supposed to be undertaken to mobilize resources, but I wanted to speak to access to external sources of funding. And this morning,
like to talk
the
about
Secretary
the
General
external
talked about
sources of
the
expenditure,
advocacy
and
that
the
is supposed to
Secretary
be
General talked
done
about
so that we can
the advocacy that we have to do about the
more
reallocation
money,
of special drawing
20%
rights.
more, but I just
But I
wanted
would
to talk
like to
about
also talk about the
OECD
regulations
rules,
of
which
OECD, because
actually
very often
hinder
states are
member
penalized
states
in terms of financing, and export
looking
credits are
at
extremely expensive, and the insurance premium are also very high, and also the
premiums and all that.
states
And I
have
think
to say
we need to
address these issues so that the OECD rules can be reviewed in order to reduce the rates that
and
are
to
connected to the
come up
various
with better
rates.
priced
Thank you.
loans.
If there are no further interventions, if there are no other delegates who are online and who would wish to take the floor, then, as I had already mentioned a few minutes ago, I would first of all like to thank Madam Morsi and Mr. Mustaki for their presentations on the main theme of our meeting, and we have taken note of what was said by the delegates of Benin and Senegal, who shared their experience of their countries in terms of groundbreaking experience and rules regarding the mobilization of national resources, and also the raising of funds to assist the agricultural sector, and also the improvement of public expenditure and the private sector. Without further ado, I am going to give the floor to Mr. Ullman, who is the head of the Green Economy section and the Blue Economy section of Climate Change and Management of Natural Resources, to share with us the report of the 7th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Mr. Nassim Ullman, if you're ready, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My presentation is going to address the Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. As we were able to see earlier this afternoon, we are faced with a series of global crises that have delayed the implementation of the SDGs. It is for this reason that the Secretary General of the United Nations is trying to resuscitate the SDGs, because through this crisis we can see the pertinence of the importance of these SDGs at the continental level. The African Forum, Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, and the appropriate platform is the appropriate platform, rather, that would be in a position to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs by bringing in together all the interested and stakeholders. And also, Mr. Chairman and distinguished delegates, it is my honor to present the 7th session of the African Regional Forum, which was held last year in March 2021 in Brazzaville, in the Republic of Congo. This session took place in a hybrid form, and it was hosted by the Republic of Congo under the patronage of His Excellency President Denis Sassou Nguesso. This forum helped us to have a common African position in preparing the high-level forum, which is held in New York every year in July, and allowed the African voice to be heard on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, and by the same token, on the challenges that they are faced and the priorities that derive therefrom. The theme was how to build forward better towards a resilient and green Africa in order to achieve the 2030 Agenda and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. As is customary at these high-level forums that are held in New York, it is important to review in greater detail a series of SDGs. Last year, we were able to study in detail SDGs 1, 2, 3, health, hunger 8, 10, 12, 13, and 16, and of course, SDG 17, which is recurrent, that we study every year. And naturally, the corresponding goals of Agenda 2063 were also looked at in detail. This forum is organized by the ECA, with the assistance of the government of the Republic of the Congo, but also the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, and the entire United Nations system. The forum had a high-level dialogue with plenary and parallel segments taking place, but also it was also co-organized by a series of workshops and side events on VNR, VLRs, and major groups of civil society, the academia, and as well as the private sector. The key events were the second edition of the RSCP, which together with the entire UN system enables us to have a common discussion of all the UN agencies on the challenges that the African countries have to face. So we were able to hold this second edition, and we heard a response to the United Nations to these challenges. And we talked about science and technology, and we launched also an ECA report on building forward for an African green recovery and a regional dialogue on African food systems, which was a dialogue that was initiated by the Secretary General of the United Nations. The major or key outcomes of the forum are the following. A memorandum of understanding was signed, which launched the Africa Artificial Intelligence Research Center based in Brazzaville, and which helps us to leverage artificial intelligence for accelerating the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a center which is new, which is continental in scope, based in Brazzaville, but does intend to cover the entire continent. Of course, capacity building of 10 African countries, which last year had conducted national voluntary reviews, but at the same time, a support to the local communities that are conducting these voluntary reviews at the local and national level. And we note that this ownership and implementation has been accelerated at the local level, which of course is an excellent aspect, and ECA is supporting this accelerated procedures by helping with various guidelines and with the aim of having a better coherence and streamlining between the various events that are taking place at a continental level. This, of course, scales up the domestication of SDGs at the local level and across the entire territory. The member states also had the opportunity to exchange or share their successes, success stories, and also shared their failures and also the lessons that they have learned from these failures. And of course, this is of great value to our member states and also for the other stakeholders. Then the adoption of the Brazzaville Declaration took place, which highlighted the key policy options in terms of the environment, social, at the national and regional and global level. And this is one of the contributions of Africa made to the New York Forum in July. On the ECA website, you will find all the relevant documentation regarding the session with all the key messages. I am not going to enter into all the detail of this key messages, but I will just focus perhaps one or two of focalized support on the Congo River Basin, which also was important for conserving the peatland. It is only recently that we understood the importance of peat for the entire planet, but the peatland, there are about 500,000 square kilometers and 30 billion tons of carbon sequestration takes place. So therefore, this carbon which is sequestered is rather because could constitute a time bomb if it is not properly managed, and if this peatland does release of this carbon. Therefore, it is an extreme and real danger and threat for the planet, which will have financial implications in managing this peatland. It's a major challenge for the continent, but for the entire planet as well. And then the member states and the stakeholders also reaffirmed the importance of integrating the African Continental Free Trade Area. This was a very important and key message of this edition and a better way to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. And another strong message came from the civil society representatives who attended this meeting to better implement the SDGs together with academia, the private sector and the civil society. In the 2 minutes that I have left, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a very short presentation of the 8th session that was held at the beginning of March in that year. It was held in Kigali, in Rwanda, where we adopted and launched some key messages of this session. First of all, with the signature of a memorandum of understanding between the outgoing and of the 7th session and the incoming bureau of the 8th session on carbon tariffs and carbon credits in Africa, and especially in the Congo River Basin. And the forum and these stakeholders laid very strong emphasis on this issue of the Congo River situation and also the carbon pricing and credits. Also, strategic choices were also made between the Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa, but also laid emphasis on the importance of entrepreneurship among the youth and in secondary education in order to be closely in link with the third item on technology development and transfer technology through African Network in order to link entrepreneurship, technology, and inclusive sustainable development and the achievement of the SDGs. And there were more African countries this year who conducted VNRs. In fact, 21 African countries conducted the VNRs. And as I said, and at the earlier edition, also special support was given at the local level. And the third key outcome, the member states also learned and shared experiences, their success stories, their good practices, and not so successful stories with lessons learned. And as this tradition, there was also a focus on selected 5 SDGs like 4, 5, 14, 15, and 17. Because as some of these are recurrent SDGs, especially those regarding partnership that are focused on quite regularly. And then we were able to reach a consensus of the Kigali Declaration which illustrated the key policies, options for implementation action at national, regional, and global level. And in July 22, with the Bureau of the 8th African Regional Forum, we are going to present this declaration in New York. And I'm going to conclude with 2 or 3 key messages drawn from this list. The issue of education was once again presented as a fundamental objective for this transformation at the continental level in order to leverage on the possibility of facing the challenges and other crises. And also the development of carbon markets and carbon pricing, and also the establishment of carbon markets in Africa. So in a few words and very rapidly, within the time that was allocated to me, Mr. Chairman, an overview of what took place in Brazzaville 2021 during the African Regional Forum, and the very few words I was able to share with you regarding the 8th session, which was held in Kigali, in Rwanda. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Elmon, this presentation should have taken place tomorrow, but we asked you to do it today. Perhaps we surprised you in asking you to make this a presentation, but listening to this presentation today will help us to save some time tomorrow, which will be focusing on other issues. I would like to open the floor now for discussion on the presentation that has just been made by Mr. Ullman.
Il n'y a pas d'intervention dans la salle.
Doesn't anybody wish to take the floor? Anybody here in the room?
Merci le Bénin.
Thank you, Benin. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also like to thank the presenter for his brilliant presentation. In his presentation, there was an item which drew my attention regarding the peatland of the Congo Basin that you mentioned and the risk which could represent for the entire planet. I don't know whether you could share with us what is being done today so that this problem is contained and that all this carbon which is in this peatland can remain there so that we safeguard and conserve our planet. Thank you. Dear colleagues, is there any other delegate who would like to take the floor at this point?
On prend quelqu'un qui va intervenir en ligne.
I think there is somebody online who would wish to take the floor, says the chair. I think it's a Mansouri who had spoken, El Mansouri, who spoke this morning. You have the floor. I believe you're online. Could you also please introduce yourself so that we know exactly who you are? Good evening. Good evening.
Oui, allô? Allô?
Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Yes, yes, we do hear you. Sometimes you break up, but we do hear you. I would like to react to one of the actions that was presented by the very interesting presentation made by Mr. Ullman. I would like to refer to the use of African intelligence. I would like to ask the following. I would like to know if all actions that have been undertaken were related in identifying proxy indicators for the follow-up of these Gs, therefore the use of artificial intelligence for this specific objective, or were they aiming at using artificial intelligence in global analysis context? I believe that this is a very important issue because for the African countries, there are many indicators that are not available for following up the SDGs. Therefore, the use of alternative data or the artificial intelligence process will be extremely useful in this regard. I would like to know if it's used for estimating. Speaker has broken up. Is it used for proxy indicators? The interpreter points out that the speaker is breaking up, which is not possible to follow for interpretation purposes.
Souris, on a un problème de connexion. Votre voix est en train de se
donc j'ai posé un peu la question sur un peu les travaux
I wanted to know what work or studies have been conducted on the use of alternative data and the artificial intelligence process. I would like to know what was this targeted for? Was this in mitigating the proxy indicators, or to use it in the voluntary, on the VNRs that were conducted by the African countries in analyzing the possibility of recovering the SDGs, or were they used for purposes of training? Thank you. Thank you, Madame Al-Mansouri, who is a delegate from Morocco, who has just joined the meeting. Are there any other delegates who would like to address the presentation? Then I would like to give the floor back to Ulman so that he can shed some further light, or rather shed some light on the questions that have been put to him by the two speakers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also like to thank the distinguished delegates for the very pertinent questions. I would like to respond to the second question on the Artificial Intelligence Center. Indeed, it was for a global analysis for training purposes aimed at the ownership of this tool, and also contextualizing it in terms of challenges in inherent in implementing the SDGs in the continent. But this, of course, does not exclude it to be applied for precise objectives, which indeed do represent a huge challenge, because it will make up for the non-availability of numerous data, which would help us to have documented policies. And indeed, the production of proxies via artificial intelligence tools is one of the solutions, which is one of the most promising ones in terms of this very special situation of the African countries, where there are constraints in terms of cost, because the data is costly, but there's also the time constraint, because it is highly and time consuming. And as we were able to see during the course of the first presentations today, we don't really have much time with regard to the negative situation. Now, with regard to the question that was put to me by Benin in terms of what is being done of the peatland in the Congo Basin, it is a question actually which goes beyond the Congo River Basin, but in the Congo Basin, many things have been taking place since the last African COP, or rather COP22 took place. The Climate Commission for the Congo Basin, which brings together 16 countries. And within this climate change, there is a blue fund for the Congo Basin, which aims in supporting and assisting projects that already exist. There are several projects, if I'm not mistaken, about over 100 projects which exist, but which require funding and support and assistance. The Blue Fund aims at supporting these projects. And last year, during COP26, the president of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, Her Excellency Minister for the Environment of the Congo River Basin, convoy was also set up, and we hope that this support will be accelerated. But what the ECA is doing in trying to support this effort, it aims in making the Blue Fund operational and to accompany the Climate Commission in establishing regional carbon markets within the Congo Basin, especially by standardizing the existing protocol and perhaps develop others at a regional level, standardize them, and bring about an integrity of the market in terms of the Paris Agreement. Now, to give you an idea of the size, when an African country sells the carbon on the global market, it sells it at quite a high rate.
Il ne s'agit pas de passer à 70 $ en l'espace d'une année, mais ne serait-ce que par la mise en place de marchés cohérents avec des protocoles standardisés, ça contribuera à construire de la confiance et du coup à accélérer le processus d'investissement.
And speed up the process of investing, knowing that at the global level, there is awareness, real awareness, because there is this potential risk in the Congo Basin. So there should be a mechanism to be able to address these challenges and look at ecosystemic activities to protect this this project in the Congo Basin. So the ECA, we can develop tools which would enable other African countries to draw lessons and take advantage of the standardization of their protocol with the aim of ensuring certification process, which must be endogen based on specific elements that is endorsed by African institutions. So the aim here is to have to ensure that all the decision of this carbon market at the continental level, that they are domesticated at the continental level by the institutions of the continent. I thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for that explanation. The distinguished delegate, I think we have come to the end of the items which are on the agenda for this current session. And I'd like to thank you for the comments and contributions you have made during the entire day. And of course, within this, we have had 5 presentations in the first phase. We looked at our continent with regard to the international level. We looked at the crisis. We looked at economies which are restarting. We looked at the crisis and the war in Ukraine and how it affects the African economies. Now, all this we saw through what the ECA is doing and plans to do to ensure that the growth rates that have been earmarked for 2022, the way they can be looked at, and looking at how the African economies can be aided within the framework of these challenges that we are faced with, as well as the 4% of growth that has been set apart, probably 3.6 in 2022. Now, we look at that there's need for funding, and the African people are faced definitely with the problems of inflation, because we strongly depend on certain food products and raw materials for our food, and we depend on oil, which could be a problem for the countries. Now, given this situation, there's additional need to ensure that at least there's need for an increased amount of money for development funding. And definitely this was proposed during the third presentation of Madame, and I would summarize saying that there's what has been done already when it comes to initiatives of interest cancellation and the advocacy needed to ensure that this DTS find appropriate allocation. And there are certain measures that would help in domestic resource mobilization through the expansion of the tax base and the revision of the fiscal spending, which would support investment in the area of revenue. There's the issue of illicit financial flows, which was addressed. Then there was the issue of regional integration. Mr. Karinji presented on this and demonstrated the important advantage that we must draw from the AFCFTA. But he also deplored the low level of intercontinental trade, which is at 11%, which is a far cry of the 25% that is envisaged. Mr. Mastaki gave a report of the 5 sub-regional offices, and he underscored each recommendation for each area, for each sub-region, and he talked about the advantages of each sub-region. And there was the report of the Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, which has been presented by Mr. Ullman, and it has answered 2 questions raised concerning the Congo Basin and artificial intelligence. So those are the elements in a nutshell. We have come to the end of this very busy day. I'd like to reiterate our thanks to you for your contributions, and we can assure you that your observations and the comments have been registered by the Secretariat, and I would wish to remind us that tomorrow we shall resume at 9 a.m. and again we shall have a very busy day tomorrow. I'll take this opportunity to thank the interpreters who have made efforts to make sure that all the participants can participate actively in this meeting. We thank also the Secretariat team and the technical team responsible for logistics and all that is to do with the material and so on. Now, as I said, there was a reception that had been planned, but it is for tomorrow. But we have a coffee break, and we shall receive information. Yes, there's a coffee break which we shall have soon, so that we can relax a bit with that coffee break, so that we can start the evening in a good way. Now, I wish you a good evening, and we shall meet tomorrow at 9. There's some other information that is coming. Thank you, Chair. I have an announcement for the participants and distinguished delegates. The coffee is downstairs, and when we finish your coffee, there is a bus that is ready to take you to your hotels, to your different respective hotels. That is at the entrance of the hall. Now, tomorrow morning, just like today, we will have a bus from the different hotels selected by the Secretariat. The hotels are the following: Radisson Blue, Sea Plaza, Limandaka, Teranga. The third is Novotel Plateau. The fourth is Colonia. The fifth is Sayas, Hotel Sayas. The fifth hotel is Hotel Fleur de Lis Almadi. Number 7 is Hotel Fleur de Lis Plateau. Number 8 is Celebres Dakar. And tomorrow morning, there will be a bus that will leave each of those hotels at 7:30 a.m. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.
Recording stopped.